Most of us will never see someone take their last breath, but some people see it every single night. And a few of them have seen something else entirely. Something that happens in those final seconds that nobody ever talks about. Every night, somewhere in the world, someone is driving an ambulance through the dark. They have seen things that most of us will never see. They have held people in their final moments. They have watched lives end in the back of a vehicle, on the side of a road, in a hallway, in a kitchen, in places that were never meant to be the last place. They are trained for all of it, but not for this. There are people in this world who have made a choice that most of us never could. They chose to run toward the worst moments of other people's lives. Car accidents, heart attacks, house fires, overdoses. They are the ones who show up when everything has already gone wrong. And because of that choice, they see things that the rest of us are protected from. Not just blood, not just tragedy, something else. Something that lives at the edge of those final moments, where a human life is ending, and whatever comes next begins. Most of them never talk about it. Not to their families, not to their coworkers, not to anyone, because there are no words that make it sound believable. Because the moment you say it out loud, you sound like someone who has lost their grip on reality. And in their line of work, that is the one thing you cannot afford to be. So they stay quiet. They write it down sometimes. In forums, in late-night Reddit posts, in anonymous accounts that disappear into the internet. But the stories remain. Tonight, we are going to hear 3 of them. 3 accounts from people who dedicated their lives to emergency medicine, to crisis response, to saving others. And who encountered something in the course of that work that they were never trained for. Something they still cannot explain. The story 1, Rig 12. Every EMS station has its legends, the call that went wrong, the partner who burned out, the neighborhood everyone dreads. These stories get passed down the way all station house stories do, quietly, over bad coffee, during the long hours between emergencies when there is nothing to do but wait. But at one particular rural station in the American Midwest, the legend wasn't about a call, it was about a vehicle. Rig 12. From the outside, it looked identical to every other ambulance in the fleet. Same white chassis, same red stripe, same equipment mounted in the same places. But from the moment it entered service, it had a reputation. It started small, the way these things always do. An EMT would come in for a morning shift and find the interior lights on. Nobody had been in the vehicle overnight. The station was locked. The keys were on the hook where they always were. They'd reset the system and move on. A week later, someone else would find the rear compartment door open, unlatched, swinging slightly in the wind. Despite the fact that those doors required a deliberate pull to open. Then the monitors started. The cardiac monitors in the back of an ambulance are sensitive pieces of equipment. They are designed to detect the electrical activity of a human heart. They require electrodes attached to a patient's body to function. But the monitor in Rig 12 would sometimes power on by itself and display a waveform, a slow, irregular rhythm. The kind of rhythm a heart produces when it is failing. When paramedics would check the equipment, the leads were disconnected. Nothing was attached to anything. There was no patient. There was no source. And yet the waveform would be there on the screen, moving across it slowly. And then it would flatline, and the machine would go quiet again. New staff were never told about Rig 12 before their first shift. The veterans wanted to see their reaction. Without exception, they came back shaken, Some requested reassignment after a single shift in that vehicle. Some refused to drive it alone. A few left the station entirely after a few weeks, citing reasons that had nothing to do with the ambulance, even though everyone knew the truth. The official position was that the vehicle had electrical issues, old wiring, rural roads causing vibrations, equipment that needed servicing. And maybe that was true. Maybe. A paramedic named Zerbo had worked EMS for the better part of a decade by the time he was assigned to that station. He was not the kind of person who believed in ghost stories. He had seen too much death to romanticize it. He understood what the body was, a machine. And like all machines, it stopped working eventually. That was it. That was the whole story. So when his new colleague started in on the Rig 12 mythology during his first week, he listened politely and said nothing. He'd heard station house legends before. They were always more interesting in the telling than in reality. He requested Rig 12 for his third shift, not out of bravado, simply because it was available and it was the closest to the bay door. His partner that night was a woman named Dana. 5 years in EMS, steady, quiet, practical. She looked at the assignment sheet and looked back at him. He shrugged. They took Rig 12. The first 6 hours were uneventful. 2 calls, both minor, a diabetic episode, a fall at a nursing home. By 3 a.m., they were parked on the shoulder of a county road, somewhere between a cornfield and a tree line, waiting. The sky was completely dark, no moon, no streetlights for miles in either direction. The engine was off. The radio was quiet. Zerbo was in the driver's seat. Dana was in the passenger seat. Both of them drifted off. He wasn't sure how long he'd been asleep when he heard it. A voice, coming from the back, low, muffled, like someone speaking through a wall. His first thought was that Dana had fallen asleep with her phone on, playing something. He didn't open his eyes. He just told her to turn it off. She didn't respond. He closed his eyes again, and then the voice came back, clearer this time. Unmistakably a man's voice. Deep, unsteady, like someone who was trying to stay calm and failing. And the words were distinct. "Oh my God. Am I dying?" Zerbo opened his eyes. Dana was already awake, already turned around, staring into the back of the ambulance. They both sat completely still. The patient compartment was empty. The stretcher was locked in its bracket. The equipment was stowed. The lights were off. Nothing. Several seconds passed where neither of them breathed, and then they heard the click. A single metallic click, followed immediately by a slow hiss, the sound of an oxygen bottle regulator being opened, not cracking from pressure, not leaking from a loose fitting, being opened, deliberately, the way you open it when someone needs air. Zerbo got out of the ambulance. He stood on the gravel shoulder in the dark, and he did not move for a very long time. Dana came around from the passenger side and stood next to him. They did not discuss what they had heard. There was nothing to discuss. When they finally worked up the nerve to open the rear compartment and check the equipment, the oxygen regulator had been turned to the open position, not slightly, not from vibration, fully open. The way you turn it when a patient is struggling to breathe, when someone needs to be kept alive. Zerbo filed his shift report, requested a different vehicle assignment in the morning, and never drove Rig 12 again. He posted his account online months later, almost as an afterthought, expecting nothing. Within 24 hours, he had dozens of replies from paramedics across the country. Different stations, different states, different vehicles, all with the same story. Equipment activating on its own. Voices in empty compartments. The sound of someone breathing in the back of an ambulance that had no patient inside. One paramedic from Tennessee described a night where every single piece of monitoring equipment in her ambulance activated simultaneously while she was parked alone in a hospital bay. She was the only person within 50 feet of the vehicle. The monitors showed a heartbeat for 11 seconds, then went dark. She handed in her notice the following week. Rig 12 is still in service, as far as anyone knows. Some nights it sits quietly in the bay, and nothing happens. Story 2. The children at the end. What you're about to hear is not a ghost story in the traditional sense. It did not happen in a dark house. It did not happen to a single person on a single night. It has been happening continuously in hospitals all over the world, for as long as people have been paying close enough attention to notice. A physician who goes by the username Dr. Yared posted his account on Reddit's paranormal forum on an unremarkable Tuesday night. He was not trying to go viral. He was not trying to frighten anyone. He was simply saying something that he and his colleagues had observed for years and never knew how to talk about. It begins in the final hours of a patient's life. Not always, but often enough that experienced ICU staff recognize it as a pattern. The patient, who may have been barely conscious for days, becomes suddenly alert. Their eyes open. They begin looking around the room, but not at the ceiling, not at the walls, not at the family members sitting beside them. They look toward the floor, toward the corners, toward the doorway, and then they smile, or they reach out their hands, or they say something. And what they say is almost always some variation of the same thing. Who are the children? Tell the little ones to be quiet. I'm trying to sleep. Can you see them? They're right there. The physician described this phenomenon as one of the most consistent and least discussed realities of end-of-life care. He had seen it dozens of times over the course of his career. So had every senior nurse on his ward. So had colleagues he'd spoken to at conferences, quietly in hallways, away from the official programming. None of them had a medical explanation for it. Hallucination was the default response. The brain, under extreme physiological stress, produces anomalous experiences. This is documented. This is real. But hallucinations are chaotic. They are personal. They reflect the individual, their memories, their fears, their particular neurology. This was not chaotic. This was the same thing, again and again, across patients who had nothing in common. A 78-year-old retired school teacher in Ohio who had never left the country. A 34-year-old construction worker in the UK. A grandmother in a hospital in rural Japan. A teenager in South Africa. Different continents, different religions, different languages. All of them in the final hours of their lives, looking at the floor near the door and asking about the children. The physician's post was answered within hours by nurses and doctors from around the world, all saying the same thing. This happens on my ward. We've talked about this amongst ourselves, but never outside the unit. I've seen it at least 30 times in 20 years. One critical care nurse from Manchester described a patient she had been caring for over the course of 2 weeks. A man in his 60s, a retired teacher, extremely rational, extremely precise, the kind of man who corrected your grammar and meant it kindly. In his final night, he became agitated. He kept looking toward the corner of the room near the window. The nurse asked him what he was looking at. He turned to her with complete clarity in his eyes and said, "Tell the children to wait. I'm not ready yet." She looked at the corner. She saw nothing. She told him there were no children, that he was safe, that she was right there with him. He shook his head slightly, the way you do when someone has misunderstood something obvious. "They've been here for a while," he said. "They're very patient." He died 4 hours later. His room was on the 6th floor. There was no children's ward in that hospital. There never had been. Another response came from a palliative care nurse in New Zealand who described a patient, a woman in her late 80s, who had been largely unresponsive for 3 days. On her final morning, she opened her eyes, looked at the foot of the bed, and laughed. A genuine laugh, bright and sudden. Her daughter, who was sitting beside her, asked her what was funny. The woman pointed toward the foot of the bed and said, "They're being silly." Then she closed her eyes. She was gone within the hour. The daughter sat in the room for a long time afterward. She eventually asked the nurse if this sort of thing was common. The nurse told her the truth. Yes, it is common. They just don't know what it means. There are, broadly, 2 ways to think about this phenomenon. The first is neurological. The dying brain, starved of oxygen, entering a state of altered consciousness, producing imagery that is comforting and non-threatening. Children represent innocence, safety, a return to the beginning. This explanation is reasonable. It is also incomplete, because it does not account for the specificity, the consistency, the fact that patients who cannot communicate in any other way will find a way to point, will find a way to ask, will find a way to reach out their hand towards something in the corner of the room that no one else can see. The second explanation requires you to accept something that most of us are not prepared to accept, that those children are actually there, that they have always been there at the threshold waiting, that we simply cannot see them until the very end. The physician who started the thread ended his post with a single line that has stayed with everyone who read it. He wrote, "I am no longer afraid of death. I am only afraid of what I might see." Story 3. The Ones Who Stay Behind. There is a pattern that experienced paramedics and emergency responders describe quietly when they feel safe enough to talk about it. It is not about the dying, it is about the ones who are already gone, and who, for reasons nobody can explain, have not quite left yet. Scott McCary spent years working in EMS before he became a paramedic supervisor. In the 1990s, he trained a generation of new paramedics and told them on their first week that they would see things in this job that would not fit into any training manual. He told them this because of something that happened to him in 1981. He was a young EMT at the time, working for a volunteer fire department in a small farming community in New Hampshire. The community was tight-knit in the way that small rural communities are. Everyone knew everyone, and the families who had been there the longest were known not just by name but by character, by history, by the particular texture of their lives. Among the most beloved families in that area were 3 elderly siblings who shared a sprawling farm on the edge of town: John, his sister Mary, and their cousin. For decades, they had offered plots of their farmland to anyone who asked, with a single condition. Whatever you grew, 1/3 of the yield had to go to local food banks. No exceptions, no negotiation. This arrangement had fed a significant portion of the surrounding community for years. As they aged, Mary's health declined first. Osteoporosis had made her increasingly frail, and eventually she was admitted to a nursing home in town. John stayed on the farm, looked after by their cousin who lived nearby. Then one morning, the cousin could not reach John by phone. She tried several times. No answer. She drove to the farm. She found John unresponsive. Word spread quickly through the volunteer network the way it always did in a small town, fast and without ceremony. And within minutes, the ambulance was on its way, and CPR was already underway when McHarry's supervisor arrived at the farm. He was told to hurry. He pushed through the front door. To his left, as he entered the hallway, was a sitting room. And in the sitting room, in a wooden rocking chair near the window, sat an elderly woman. She was smiling, peaceful, calm, completely at odds with the urgency and noise filling the rest of the house. The supervisor recognized her immediately. It was Mary. He registered her presence without stopping. There was no time to stop. There was a man dying, and pushed on toward the back of the house where the team was working. They got John into the ambulance. They drove to the hospital. John was pronounced dead on arrival. Afterward, the supervisor sat at the nurse's station filling out his report. He mentioned to a staff member how good it was that Mary had been well enough to come home. He said she had looked remarkably well, sitting in the chair. The staff member stared at him. She asked him what he was talking about. He said he had seen Mary at the farm, in the rocking chair, in the sitting room near the front door. The staff member told him, carefully and clearly, that Mary had died the previous day at the nursing home. She could not have been at the farm. She was not there. She could not possibly have been there. The supervisor set down his pen. He sat with that information for a very long time. He told the story years later to McHarry, who told it to his trainees, not to frighten them, not to make any particular claim about what it meant, but because he thought they should know that sometimes in this job you will arrive at a scene and find something that does not belong to the world of the living, and that sometimes, whatever that something is, it is smiling. There is a second account reported by a different EMT that arrived at a similar conclusion through a different door. This responder had treated an elderly woman, a widow living alone, who needed to be taken to the hospital. Before she was admitted, she asked if someone could stop by her house and collect a bag of her clothes and her knitting. The EMT offered to do it. He had a friend who lived nearby, and they had plans that evening anyway. He picked up his friend. They drove to the woman's house. The EMT went inside to collect the bag. As he was leaving, he felt something. A hand on his back. Light, brief, and a voice, quiet and close, that said simply, "Thank you." He went back to the car. His friend turned to him and asked casually why the lady's husband hadn't been able to bring the bag himself. The EMT said the husband was dead. His friend looked at him and said he had seen an old man in the window of the house while he was waiting in the car, standing there, looking out, smiling and waving. The EMT called the police. He thought there might be a squatter, someone who had gotten into the house. Officers did a full sweep of the property. It was empty. No one was there, just a house and a bag of clothes, and whatever had placed a hand on the back of a young man who had done something kind and said, "Thank you." These are not dramatic stories. There is no violence in them, no threat, no entity reaching through the darkness towards something it wants. They are quiet. They are the stories of people who loved someone and who were present at the moment when that person needed them most, and who perhaps were not quite ready to go, or perhaps were exactly ready and simply wanted to say goodbye first. Emergency responders see death more often than almost anyone. They learn to be practical about it. They have to. It is the only way to keep doing the job. But some of them, the ones who have been at it long enough, will tell you in the right circumstances that the dead are not always entirely absent from the scenes where they died, that something lingers, not in a frightening way, not always. Sometimes in a rocking chair by a window, sometimes in the reflection of a glass pane, smiling and waving, sometimes in a hand on the back of a stranger who did something kind. and a voice that says the only thing left to say: thank you. He said the man would die in a car crash, not that night, not the next day, within a year. No one produced a recording of that moment. There was no transcript, no signed statement, no formal note entered anywhere at the time. What remained was repetition. The sentence surfaced later in interviews, recollections, biographies, and documentaries, usually with the same structure even when the wording changed. Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, had allegedly warned that Sam Brody would die in a car accident, and in some versions of the story, that anyone with him would also be at risk. Less than a year later, Brody was dead in exactly that way, alongside Jane Mansfield on a highway in Louisiana. At approximately 2:25 in the morning on June 29, 1967, a 1966 Buick Electra was traveling west on U.S. Route 90 between Slidell and New Orleans. The road cut through marshland and low forest. Ahead, a tractor trailer had slowed after seeing the flashing light of an insecticide fogging truck approaching the highway. The air had become difficult to read. Mist drifted across the road, visibility narrowed, and the Buick continued forward at an estimated speed of around 60 to 80 miles per hour. Contemporary reporting and later summaries agree on the essentials. The car failed to slow in time, struck the rear of the tractor trailer, and the front seat occupants were killed instantly. Mansfield, Sam Brody, and the driver, Ronnie Harrison, died at the scene. The children in the back survived. That is the documented event. It is also the part of the case least disputed. The part that stayed unsettled begins earlier, before Louisiana, before the highway, before the final drive out of Biloxi. To understand why the accident never remained just an accident in the public memory, it is necessary to go back to 1966, when Jane Mansfield and Anton LaVey entered the same frame. By then, Mansfield was no longer the version of herself that Hollywood had first introduced. In the mid-1950s, she had been promoted as a major studio blonde, positioned in the same visual territory as Marilyn Monroe. Her breakthrough came through Broadway and then film, especially after Will Success' Spoil Rock Hunter and The Girl Can't Help It, where her image was treated not as a side note, but as the center of the performance. She became famous quickly, and the fame had a specific shape. It depended on visibility, exaggeration, and repetition. But by the middle of the 1960s, that form of stardom was changing. The culture had shifted. The old studio glamour no longer carried the same power, and Mansfield's career had moved away from major film work into nightclub appearances, cabaret engagements, press opportunities, and personal notoriety. She still drew attention, but the attention was different now. It was less about arrival and more about persistence. This is where her life began to split into two versions. There was the public version, still functioning, still recognizable, still able to fill a room on name alone. Then, there was the private version, more unstable, more crowded, shaped by travel, children, ex-husbands, money, image maintenance, pills, alcohol, and the need to remain visible long after the industry had moved on. Accounts from people around her describe a woman who was still intelligent, funny, and highly controlled when necessary, but also a woman whose life was becoming harder to manage cleanly. The contradiction stayed with her. She could still command a room and still seemed to be holding too many things together at once. Around this time, Sam Brody became central to her life. He was her lawyer, and then more than that, he was also married. By 1966, he had become her companion, de facto manager, and a constant presence around her schedule. Later descriptions of the relationship are not gentle. They point to jealousy, arguments, volatility, and control. He appears in the story not as a passing figure, but as someone fully embedded in Mansfield's daily reality. When she traveled, he traveled. When she performed, he was there. When reporters described the deterioration around her, Brody was usually somewhere close to the center of it. Anton LaVey belonged to a different kind of visibility. In 1966, the same year Mansfield met him, he founded the Church of Satan in San Francisco. He understood image with the same seriousness Hollywood once had, but he used different materials. He shaved his head. He wore black. He curated rooms, shadows, symbols, props, and language. He did not hide from publicity. On the contrary, he used it deliberately. The Church of Satan was public from the start, and LaVey presented himself as its high priest. The Black House, his Victorian residence in San Francisco, was part home, part stage set, part controlled environment. Even people skeptical of him usually admitted that he understood atmosphere. He made entrances possible before he ever entered a room. Mansfield met LaVey during a trip connected to the 1966 San Francisco Film Festival. After that, their association became visible fast. He awarded her a medallion and publicly styled her as a high priestess, a phrase the press adopted immediately. They were photographed together repeatedly in restaurants, at her home, at posed events designed to keep the story circulating. One of the things that made the connection durable was that it never settled into a single clear explanation. Some people treated it as a romance, others as a publicity arrangement, others as mutual opportunism. Mansfield herself complicated it further by giving contradictory signals. In some statements, she treated LaVey as a genius or an interesting man. In others, she made it clear that she was Catholic, that she did not believe in his church, and that she was not a member of what was being described around her. The association, therefore, remained strong without ever becoming precise. It was visible enough to matter and vague enough to expand. That ambiguity helped both of them. For LaVey, Mansfield brought Hollywood glamour into his orbit and gave the Church of Satan a degree of mainstream media attention it could not have created alone. For Mansfield, LaVey offered something equally useful, a new kind of relevance. Not old studio glamour, but danger-adjacent glamour. Not conventional prestige, but the attention that comes from appearing near taboo. Their photographs together did a great deal of the work. A blonde movie star by a heart-shaped pool or posed beside a black-clad occult impresario could keep a name alive without a film release. That mattered in 1966. What did not help was Sam Brody's presence in the same equation. He reportedly despised LaVey, mocked him, and treated the entire environment as theatrical fraud. This is where the story begins to harden. Up to this point, everything can still be read as publicity, eccentricity, or personality conflict. But nearly every later version of the case insists on one specific scene: a visit to the Black House by Mansfield and Brody together. The details shift at the edges, but the core remains stable. There was a room in the house, usually described as an altar room, where certain objects were arranged and certain expectations applied. Brody entered and interfered with that arrangement. In some accounts, he lit a candle there casually, without permission, as if proving that the room meant nothing. LaVey's reaction, according to those later accounts, was immediate in content if not in volume. He did not argue. He did not shout. He warned Mansfield instead. Brody, he said, would be dead within a year in a car accident. In some retellings, the warning broadened. Anyone with him could also be killed. This is the point where the case acquires a skeleton, not proof, a structure, because once that statement exists in the narrative, later events begin to arrange themselves around it. There was another episode in that same period that tightened Mansfield's association with LaVey and made ordinary misfortune easier to absorb into a darker sequence. Her son Zoltan was mauled by a lion and required several surgeries. The attack is real, documented, and severe enough on its own. What changed the tone was LaVey's role afterward. Later accounts say he performed what he called a satanic prayer for Zoltan's recovery, reportedly on Mount Tamalpais. Mansfield publicly spoke about her son's improvement afterward. To one observer, that meant nothing beyond coincidence and maternal relief. To another, it meant that LaVey's involvement had already crossed from publicity into influence. The story did not need proof to grow. It only needed adjacency, attack, ritual, recovery. That was enough for some people. Meanwhile, Mansfield's life did not stabilize. She kept working. By 1967, she was making money through live appearances, including tours in Europe and nightclub bookings in the United States. Reports from the period show both sides of her condition. She could still walk into a venue and make herself the center of it. She could still be charming, practiced, and technically in control. But there is also a sense, repeated by later observers, that she was operating from a more precarious place than before. She had children to support. Her old image was aging out of fashion. The counterculture had remade the terms of celebrity, and Mansfield belonged to an earlier visual economy, even as she tried to adapt to the new one. That may be one reason the Church of Satan fit so well around her in 1966 and 1967. It gave her a way to remain startling. It also gave the press a new framework through which to watch her decline. Brody remained beside her through all of this. Later accounts and documentaries claim that he was involved in a series of smaller car accidents before the final one. The exact number varies, and this is where the case becomes particularly unstable as evidence. These incidents are not preserved in the public memory with the same firmness as the final crash. They are described after the fact, folded back into the prophecy once the fatal outcome is known. That does not make them false, but it does mean they live in the case differently. At the time, each would have looked like an ordinary mishap. Only afterward do they become a pattern. This is important. The horror in the story does not come from a visible supernatural interruption. It comes from ordinary events being reorganized by hindsight into a sequence that seems too neat. Repetition is what gives the rumor endurance. Then came Biloxi. On June 28, 1967, Mansfield was performing at Gus Stevens' supper club in Biloxi, Mississippi. She was scheduled for 2 short sets. Contemporary descriptions say the performance was recognizable, practiced, and essentially normal for her. She sang, moved through the audience, sat on men's knees, and maintained the soft, intimate cabaret manner that by then was part of her act. People who saw her that night did not describe someone behaving as though the end of anything was near. She was still working, still doing the things she knew how to do. After the performance, plans shifted in a way that later gained too much significance to ignore. Another man had originally been expected to drive her party to New Orleans, where Mansfield was due to appear on television the next day. He remained behind, and a younger replacement driver took the wheel instead. Ronnie Harrison, an employee connected to the club, reported to be sleep-deprived and inexperienced compared with the original arrangement. Mansfield, Brody, Harrison, and 3 of Mansfield's children left after midnight in the Buick Electra provided for the trip. Reports also note the presence of several Chihuahuas. It is one of those details that should make the scene feel domestic and small, but instead, it makes it stranger. A celebrity, her companion, a tired young driver, children asleep in back, small dogs, and 100 miles of night road ahead. At some point during the journey, Mansfield called Mickey Hargitay, one of her former husbands and the father of some of the children in the car. Hargitay later said he could hear Brody in the background and that Brody sounded jealous or agitated. The significance of that detail is not that it proves anything occult. It does something quieter. It establishes continuity. The tension that had defined their relationship earlier in the story was still present right up to the final drive. The last hours did not occur in an emotional vacuum. They carried the same instability the preceding year had carried. And then the phone call ended, and they continued east toward New Orleans. The road was dark, flat, and visually unreliable. Up ahead, the mosquito fogging truck had begun spraying dense insecticide across the highway. The tractor trailer in front of the Buick slowed from around 50 miles per hour to roughly 35 in response. The Buick continued forward. Official accounts later emphasized that there were no reliable signs of successful braking in time to prevent impact. The vehicle struck the rear of the trailer and drove under it. Mansfield, Brody, and Harrison died instantly. The children in the back survived with injuries. Richard Rambo, the driver of the truck, stopped and helped remove people from the wreckage. One of the children was at first not visible and had to be found lodged beneath a seat. A rumor spread almost immediately that Mansfield had been decapitated, aided by the sight of a blonde wig thrown forward in the ruined car. Later clarification established that this was false. The actual cause of death was massive cranial injury. Even the false report matters because it shows how quickly the case moved out of the official record and into sensational form. From there, the story split in two and never came back together. In the first version, which is also the official one, the case is simple. It is a fatal road accident caused by visibility, speed, and failure to slow in time. In subsequent legal proceedings, the driver of Mansfield's car was found negligent, while the truck driver was not. The fogging truck driver was found negligent in a limited sense, but not the proximate cause of the crash. This version contains no curse, no hidden mechanism, no unseen interference. It is ugly, tragic, and entirely earthly. In the second version, which survives through memory, media, and retelling, the crash is the last point in a sequence that had already been named. In that version, LaVey had issued a warning after Brody insulted or violated a ritual space. Brody then experienced smaller incidents. Mansfield's life grew increasingly unstable. A lion attacked her son and LaVey inserted himself into the recovery. Mansfield did not leave Brody. Brody did not change course. Then, within the predicted time frame, both of them were in a car on a bad road at night, and the car met the exact kind of ending the warning had described. This version still cannot prove itself, but it does not need to. It only needs to remain coherent enough that people hesitate before dismissing it. Part of the reason it survived is that LaVey never closed it cleanly. Later commentary around Mansfield and LaVey, including the documentary Mansfield 6667, makes clear that many people were more interested in the myth than in proving literal supernatural causation. Some, like Kenneth Anger, openly treated the notion of LaVey wielding real magical force as inflated or absurd. Others focused on the symbolic logic of the story instead. Mansfield at the end of Old Hollywood, attaching herself to a new public religion of provocation. Brody as the skeptical intruder. LaVey as the man who understood media ritual better than almost anyone. Even people who did not believe in the curse often admitted that the shape of the narrative was difficult to improve upon. It was too exact, too theatrical, too much like the kind of story people invent afterward, except that the central accident really happened. It is not because it proves the paranormal. It is because it refuses to settle. Every major part of it can be explained on ordinary terms, but when placed in sequence, those ordinary terms begin to feel arranged. Mansfield's fading career explains her attraction to attention. LaVey's media instincts explain why he wanted her near him. Brody's contempt explains the hostility. The Black House story explains the warning. The final crash explains why no one forgot it. Nothing has to become impossible for the case to become disturbing. It only has to keep its structure, and that structure remains intact. A woman whose public image no longer matched the time she was living in. A man who built a church out of taboo and understood exactly how much spectacle the press would reward. Another man who treated all of it as fraud and kept moving through it anyway. A room, a candle, a statement no one formally preserved. Smaller incidents that only later looked connected. A late-night drive after a performance. A fogging truck, a slowed trailer. A car that did not brake in time. Then, the aftermath. Mickey Hargitay talking to reporters. The children surviving. Mansfield's funeral becoming a spectacle of its own. Rumors outrunning corrections. The story moving from newspapers into legend. The official file says accident. The surviving story says something else was already in motion. And the reason the case never fully closes is simple. No one recorded the warning when it was first said. Only what happened after. I went solo camping deep in the woods. Something started copying my voice perfectly. My name is Alex. I'm 32. I've been backpacking solo for almost 10 years, and I thought I knew the woods better than most people. That's why, last October, I decided to do a 4-day solo trip into the remote section of the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina. No trails, no campsites, no cell service. Just me, my pack, and 40 miles of old-growth forest that most hikers never see. I found a perfect spot on the second day. A small clearing next to a quiet stream, surrounded by massive hemlock and oak trees. The kind of place that feels like the forest has been waiting for you. I set up my tent, built a fire, and for the first night, everything was perfect. I sat by the fire, cooked some dehydrated chili, and talked out loud to myself like I always do when I'm alone. I told dumb jokes, sang a couple of old songs, even argued with myself about which route I'd take the next day. The woods were dead silent except for the crackle of the fire and the stream. It felt peaceful. Around 2 a.m., I woke up because I thought I heard my own voice. It was faint, coming from somewhere out in the trees, maybe 50 or 60 yards away. It sounded exactly like me saying, "Hey, you still awake?" The same slight southern drawl I have, the same lazy tone. I sat up in the tent, heart already beating faster, and called out, "Hello?" Nothing answered. I told myself it was just an owl or a fox playing tricks on my half-asleep brain. I went back to sleep. The next morning I laughed it off while I made coffee. "Probably just the wind," I said out loud. And then, from the exact same direction as the night before, I heard my own voice answer me. "Yeah, probably just the wind." It was perfect. Same pitch, same rhythm, same little laugh at the end. But it wasn't me. I was standing right next to the fire with the coffee in my hand. My mouth hadn't moved. I froze. The voice didn't say anything else. The forest went completely quiet again, like it was waiting to see what I'd do. That whole day, I tried to stay rational. I hiked a few miles out and back to clear my head. When I returned to camp in the afternoon, I even said some test sentences out loud. Random stuff like, "I need more water," and "This chili tastes like shit." I wanted to see if it would copy me again. It didn't. Not once while the sun was up, but the second the light started to fade, it started. First, it was small things. I heard myself humming the same song I'd hummed the night before, but the humming came from behind my tent on the other side of the stream. Then I heard myself say, "Man, it's getting cold out here," even though I hadn't said that since yesterday. Each time, the voice was a little closer. By midnight, it was no more than 20 yards away, hidden somewhere in the tree line. I didn't sleep. I kept the fire roaring and sat with my back against a big oak, headlamp on full blast, knife in my lap. Around 3:17 a.m., the voice spoke again, but this time it wasn't copying something I'd said that day. It said in my exact voice, "Alex, why did you leave me out here?" I had never said those words in my life. My stomach dropped. I stood up and yelled into the darkness, "Who the fuck is there?" My real voice echoed back at me. Then the copy answered from the trees, perfectly synchronized, like we were speaking at the same time. "Who the fuck is there?" It was mocking me now. The tone was identical, but there was something wrong underneath it, like it was smiling while it spoke. I didn't answer again. I just sat there shaking. For the next hour, it kept going, cycling through things I had said over the last 2 days, but mixing in new sentences I had never spoken. "Hey, Alex, come here for a second. I'm cold, man. Real cold. You still my friend, right? Don't leave me again." Every single word was in my voice. It even copied the way I pause when I'm thinking. At some point, I must have dozed off against the tree because I woke up to the sound of footsteps circling my camp. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the dry leaves. And between the footsteps, I heard my own voice whispering, so close it sounded like it was right outside the tent. "Alex, open the tent. I'm right here. Let me in." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped right in front of my tent door. Then the voice, my voice, spoke one last time, soft and almost sad. "You know I can't get warm without you." I waited until the sun came up. When the first light hit the trees, the footsteps, and the voice finally stopped. I packed my gear in record time, hands shaking so bad I could barely zip my pack. I didn't even take the tent down properly. I just stuffed it in and started hiking out as fast as I could. I made it about 3 miles before I heard it again. This time it wasn't behind me. It was ahead of me, somewhere up the trail I was planning to take. It called out, clear as day, in my own exhausted voice. "Hey, Alex, you going the wrong way, buddy?" I stopped dead. The voice laughed, my laugh, and added, "Come on, I know a shortcut." That was when I realized it wasn't just copying me anymore. It was learning me. I changed direction, bushwhacked straight east toward the nearest fire road I knew, even though it added miles. All day long, I could hear it following me, always staying just out of sight in the thick underbrush. Sometimes it would call my name in my own voice. Sometimes it would use my mom's voice, my ex-girlfriend's voice, even my dead brother's voice, things it had no right to know. By the time I reached the fire road at dusk, I was running. My legs were shredded, my pack felt like it weighed 200 pounds, and I was crying without realizing it. I flagged down the first ranger truck I saw and basically collapsed in the back seat. The ranger asked what happened. I told him the truth, or at least as much of it as I could without sounding completely insane. He didn't laugh. He just looked at me for a long second and said quietly, "You're not the first one to come out of that section talking about voices. We stopped sending search teams in there after dark 2 years ago." He drove me to the trailhead in silence. I haven't been back in the woods since that trip. I sold all my backpacking gear except one thing, the voice recorder I always carry. Last week I finally worked up the courage to listen to the recordings I made that second night. There are 2 voices on the tape. One is mine, shaky and whispering, "Please, just leave me alone." The other is also mine, perfectly calm, perfectly clear, answering from somewhere outside the tent. "I can't. You brought me here." I still wake up some nights hearing my own voice calling my name from the other side of my bedroom window. And every single time it sounds a little closer than the night before. My name is Alex. I went solo camping deep in the woods for 4 days. I only made it out in 2, and I'm not sure the thing that learned my voice stayed behind. If you ever go camping alone and you hear someone say your name in your own voice, don't answer. Just run. I found an abandoned cabin deep in the woods during a storm. It was already waiting for me. My name is Ryan. I'm 29 and I've been hiking the Appalachian Trail section by section for the last 3 years. I'm not some weekend warrior. I do multi-day solo trips all the time. So when I planned a 5-day off-trail loop through the deep backcountry of the Pisgah National Forest last November, I wasn't worried. The weather forecast said light rain. I packed light, told my girlfriend I'd be back Friday, and headed in. By the afternoon of day 3, the sky turned black like someone flipped a switch. The rain didn't start slow. It came down in sheets so heavy I couldn't see 10 feet in front of me. My rain jacket was useless. Within 20 minutes, I was soaked to the bone, shivering, and completely lost. My GPS had died 2 hours earlier. I was bushwhacking blind, trying to find any kind of shelter before hypothermia set in. That's when I saw it. Through the curtain of rain, about 50 yards ahead, stood a small wooden cabin. It looked old, really old, but surprisingly intact. Moss covered the roof, the windows were dark, but there was no collapsed roof or broken walls. Just a quiet little one-room cabin tucked between 2 massive hemlock trees, like it had always been there. I didn't remember seeing anything like it on any map. But at that moment, I didn't care. I ran straight for it. The door wasn't locked. It swung open with a low creak, and I stumbled inside. The second I closed the door behind me, the storm sounded muffled, almost distant. The cabin was dry, warm even. There was a small wood stove in the corner with a neat stack of dry firewood beside it. A single bed with clean blankets. A wooden table with an old oil lantern and a half-burned candle. It looked like someone had left it ready for guests. I laughed in relief. "Thank God," I said out loud. I lit the stove, stripped off my wet clothes, and hung them to dry. While the fire crackled, I noticed a leather-bound notebook on the table. The cover was soft with age. I opened it expecting to find some hiker's log or old poetry. The first page was written in careful, neat handwriting. November 12th, 2019. If you're reading this, you're already inside. The trees are watching. Never go outside after dark. It knows you're here now. I flipped the page. November 13th. It stood at the window all night. I can hear it breathing. The fire won't go out no matter how much I try to kill it. I kept reading. Every entry was dated about a week apart, getting more frantic. The last entry was from December 3rd, 2019. It stopped knocking. Now it's inside with me. If you find this cabin, run. Don't stay the night. It's already waiting for the next one. I closed the notebook. My hands were shaking, but I told myself it was just some crazy hermit trying to scare people. I was too cold and exhausted to leave in that storm anyway. I added more wood to the stove, wrapped myself in the blankets, and fell asleep, listening to the rain. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps inside the cabin. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the wooden floor. They walked from the door to the stove, paused, then walked back. I sat up, heart hammering, and grabbed my headlamp. The beam cut across the room. Nothing was there. The footsteps stopped the second the light hit the floor. I stayed awake for the rest of the night. At first light, I packed my bag as fast as I could. The storm had passed. I opened the door, stepped outside, and started walking east toward where I thought the trailhead was. I walked for almost 2 hours, following what looked like an old game trail. Then I saw it again, the exact same cabin, same moss-covered roof, same 2 hemlock trees standing guard, same open door I had left closed that morning. I froze. I had been walking away from it the entire time. I turned around and walked in the opposite direction for another hour. Same result. Every single path I took looped me right back to the cabin like the forest was folding in on itself. By the time the sun started setting, I was back inside. I had no choice. That night, the notebook had changed. The last entry now read, November 18th, 2026. Ryan stayed the second night. He still thinks he can leave. My name. Today's date. I threw the notebook across the room and screamed. Outside, something heavy walked slowly around the cabin. It stopped at each window and breathed against the glass, fogging it up in perfect circles. Then it started knocking. Not hard, just 3 slow knocks on the door, like it was being polite. I didn't answer. The knocking moved to the walls, then the roof. It circled the entire cabin 3 times before it stopped right outside the window closest to the bed. I could see a tall, dark silhouette through the dirty glass. It was taller than any man should be, its head tilted slowly, like it was studying me. I stayed inside for 3 more days. The fire never went out, even when I stopped feeding it. The blankets stayed warm. Every night, the notebook added new entries about me. Things I had done that day, things I had whispered to myself when I thought I was alone. On the 4th night, the final entry appeared while I was watching. He's ready now. He belongs to the cabin. I snapped. At 4 a.m., I grabbed my pack, left everything else behind, and ran out the door into the pitch-black forest. I didn't follow any trail, I just ran. Branches tore at my face. I fell multiple times. Behind me, I could hear the cabin door slam shut by itself, then heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush, following me. I ran until my lungs burned. Then I heard my own voice, calm and close, right behind me. Ryan, come back inside. It's warm in here. You don't have to be cold anymore. I didn't look back. I kept running until I finally broke through the tree line onto a fire road just as the sun came up. A ranger truck was parked there like it had been waiting for me. I collapsed in the back seat, crying and shaking. The ranger didn't ask questions at first. He just drove. After 10 minutes of silence, he said quietly, "You found the cabin, didn't you?" I nodded. He sighed. "We stopped putting it on the maps 15 years ago. People who stay more than one night, most of them don't come out. The ones who do aren't the same. I haven't gone back into the woods since, but sometimes, late at night in my apartment, I wake up to the smell of wood smoke and wet moss. I hear 3 slow knocks on my bedroom window, and when I look outside, I see 2 tall hemlock trees that definitely weren't there when I moved in. My name is Ryan. I found an abandoned cabin deep in the woods during a storm. I only stayed 4 nights. and I'm still not sure I actually left. If you ever get lost in the forest and find a warm, dry cabin with the door already open, keep walking. Because that cabin isn't abandoned. It's waiting, and it already knows your name. I was stalked for 6 days, deep in the woods, but the thing wasn't behind me. It was always waiting ahead. My name is Jordan. I'm 28 and I've been doing long solo backpacking trips for the last 6 years. I know how to read the woods. I know how to stay safe. That's why last September I planned a 6-day off-trail loop through one of the most remote sections of the Pisgah National Forest. No marked trails, no other hikers, just me and 35 miles of old-growth wilderness. The first 2 days were perfect. Beautiful weather, easy miles, good campsites. I was exactly where I wanted to be, completely alone. On the morning of day 3, everything changed. I woke up to find fresh footprints in the soft dirt right outside my tent. They were huge, barefoot, longer than my own boot prints with strange, elongated toes. The prints came from the tree line, walked straight up to my tent door, circled it once, and then continued down the exact path I was planning to take that day. They weren't behind me. They were ahead of me. I told myself it was a bear, or maybe a very large hiker with messed up boots. I packed up and kept moving. By late afternoon, I reached the next spot I had marked on my map for camp. The footprints were already there, waiting. Same exact prints, same direction, like whatever made them had walked ahead of me the entire day and stopped exactly where I planned to sleep. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the fire high and my headlamp on. Around 2 a.m., I heard slow, heavy footsteps moving through the dry leaves. But they were coming from the direction I was going to hike the next morning, not from behind me. The thing wasn't following me. It was getting there first. Day 4 was when it started getting personal. I deliberately changed my route. I abandoned my original plan and headed due east toward a different ridge I knew. I pushed hard for 9 hours. When I finally stopped to make camp, the footprints were already there, waiting in a perfect circle around the exact flat spot I had chosen. This time, there were more of them. Dozens. Like it had paced back and forth for hours, waiting for me to arrive. I started talking to it out loud. "What the hell do you want?" I yelled into the trees. The only answer was the sound of something large shifting its weight in the darkness just beyond my firelight. On day 5, I tried to go back the way I came. I turned around completely, hiking toward the trailhead as fast as I could. I covered almost 15 miles that day. When I stopped to rest near a stream, I looked down and saw the same barefoot prints in the mud, pointing toward me. It had walked toward me from the direction of my car. It knew I was trying to leave. That night, it came closer than ever. I was sitting against a tree, back to the fire, when I heard breathing. Slow, deep breathing coming from the other side of the trunk I was leaning against. I could feel the warm air on the back of my neck. I spun around with my headlamp and caught the briefest glimpse of something tall, pale, and completely hairless before it vanished between the trees. It was taller than any human. Its shoulders were too wide. Its arms hung too low. On the morning of day 6, I was done. I was exhausted, terrified, and running on pure adrenaline. I bushwhacked straight for the parking area where I had left my truck. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop to rest. I just ran. When I finally broke through the last tree line and saw the gravel lot, I almost cried with relief. My truck was right where I left it. But something was already there. It was standing in front of the driver's side door, perfectly still, facing me. The same tall, pale, hairless figure. Its head was slightly tilted, like it had been waiting patiently for hours. Its long arms hung at its sides. It didn't move when I stepped into the open. It just watched me. I screamed and charged straight at it, knife in my hand. The second I got within 20 feet, it simply stepped sideways into the trees and disappeared like it had never been there. The driver's door was unlocked. On the seat was one of my own socks, the one I had lost on day 4. Next to it was a perfectly arranged pile of the small stones I had used to weigh down my tent stakes. It had taken them from every single camp I had made. I drove out of there shaking so hard I could barely keep the truck on the road. I haven't been back in the woods since that trip. I sold my backpacking gear. I deleted all my trail maps. But 2 weeks ago, I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps on the roof of my apartment building. I live on the 3rd floor. There are no trees nearby. Last night, I found fresh, barefoot prints in the dirt outside my bedroom window. They were pointing toward my front door. They weren't coming from behind me. They had gotten there first. My name is Jordan. I was stalked for 6 days, deep in the woods. The thing that followed me wasn't behind me. It was always waiting ahead. And I think it's still waiting. If you ever go deep into the forest alone, and you see fresh footprints on the trail in front of you, don't keep walking. Turn around and run, because whatever made those prints already knows exactly where you're going to be tomorrow. And the day after that. I bought the Dybbuk box on a rainy Tuesday night in October, the kind of night where the wind howls against the windows like it's personally angry at me. I was alone in my apartment, scrolling through eBay at 2 a.m. with a glass of cheap whiskey in my hand, hunting for something strange to add to my small collection of cursed objects. I already owned a Thai-haunted doll that sometimes moved on its own and an antique mirror that supposedly showed you the face of the person who would kill you. The Dybbuk box listing had 0 bids and started at $50. The description was short and cold. Old Jewish wine cabinet from my grandmother. Family heirloom. Do not open under any circumstances. Serious buyers only. There were 3 blurry photos, one showing a plain wooden box the size of a small toaster, covered in Hebrew letters that looked burned into the lid by hand, and 2 close-ups of the inside with a couple of dusty wine glasses and a single dried red flower pressed against the bottom. I messaged the seller immediately. "What's the real story here?" He replied in seconds. "It belonged to my grandmother. She died screaming in her sleep. The box has never been opened since we sealed it after her funeral. If you open it, don't say I didn't warn you. I just want it gone." I laughed it off, bid $60, and won the auction an hour later. Shipping was free, and it arrived 3 days later in a plain brown cardboard box with no return address, no note, nothing. The second I carried it through my front door, the temperature in the entire apartment dropped. Not dramatically, but enough that I could see my breath for a split second. I set the box on my coffee table and just stared at it. Those Hebrew letters looked even older in person, like they'd been carved decades ago with something sharp and angry. I ran my finger across them and felt a sharp static shock that made my arm tingle all the way to my shoulder. I told myself it was just the dry winter air and left it closed that first night. I went to bed around midnight. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I woke up to the sound of glass clinking. Soft, deliberate, like 2 wine glasses being gently tapped together over and over. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. The sound stopped the instant my feet touched the floor. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and crept into the living room. The box was exactly where I'd left it, lid still shut tight. I laughed at myself, called myself paranoid, and went back to bed. The second night, the clinking came again, louder this time, and it was right outside my bedroom door. I stormed out with the flashlight. The box was open, just a crack. One of the wine glasses inside had tipped over on its side. I hadn't touched it. I swear on everything I hadn't laid a finger on that box since I set it down. I slammed the lid shut, clicked the tiny metal latch, and shoved the whole thing against the wall, like that would somehow keep it quiet. By the third night, the whispering started. It wasn't English. It was Hebrew mixed with something thick and wet, like a man trying to speak with his throat full of gravel and dirt. The same phrase repeated over and over from inside the sealed box. I recorded it on my phone with the volume all the way up. The next morning, I played the clip for my friend Jacob, who knew some Yiddish from his grandparents. He listened once, went completely pale and said, "It's saying, 'Let me out. I'm so cold. Let me out.'" He refused to come back to my apartment after that day. The box became the center of my life by the end of the first week. I couldn't stop staring at it. I started having dreams every single night about an old woman with hollow black eyes sitting at the foot of my bed, smiling with far too many teeth. In every dream, she held out one of the wine glasses from the box and whispered in that same gravel voice, "Drink. It's warm now. Drink with me." I'd wake up drenched in sweat, tasting something metallic in my mouth. I tried to get rid of it. I relisted it on eBay with every warning I could think of. The listing was removed within an hour for violating policy. I drove it to a local antique store and the owner took one look at the Hebrew, crossed himself, and told me to take it out of his shop before he called the police. That same night, the whispering changed. It started saying my name, Marcus, soft and intimate, like the thing inside already knew me better than I knew myself. On the 10th night, I finally broke. I was drunk again, half out of my mind with fear and curiosity. I told myself I just needed to prove nothing was inside. My hands shook as I undid the latch. The lid creaked open like it hadn't moved in a century. The smell that rolled out was sweet and rotten at the same time. Old flowers left too long in a coffin. The dried flower inside had somehow become fresh again, petals bright red and glistening with something wet. I reached in and picked up one of the wine glasses. It was ice cold, colder than anything in my freezer. The lights died instantly. Not just the power. My phone flashlight went black too. Total darkness. Then I felt fingers, long, thin, freezing cold, wrap around my wrist from inside the box. They didn't yank, they just held me there, gentle and terrible, like a handshake from something that had been waiting 70 years. I screamed and ripped my arm free. The box slammed shut by itself. When the lights came back on, my wrist had 5 perfect purple bruises shaped exactly like fingerprints. After that night, the Dybbuk didn't stay in the box. It followed me everywhere. I'd wake up to find every kitchen cabinet wide open and every single glass tipped over on the counter. My reflection in the bathroom mirror would lag half a second behind me, and sometimes it would smile when I wasn't. Friends who visited started hearing the whispering too. My buddy Sarah left in the middle of dinner one night because she swore someone was breathing down the back of her neck and calling her name in a language she didn't understand. 2 weeks after I opened it, I tried to destroy the box for good. I drove it out to the woods behind my complex at 4 a.m., doused it in lighter fluid, and set it on fire. The wood wouldn't burn. The flames danced around it like they were terrified to touch it. When I finally gave up and carried it home, the box was warm, almost body temperature, and I could feel a slow heartbeat coming from inside the wood. Last night I woke up standing in the living room holding one of the wine glasses. It was full of something dark and thick that smelled like copper. I don't remember getting out of bed. I don't remember pouring anything. The box was wide open on the table, and the whispering was coming from my own mouth now in my own voice, telling me to drink. I'm typing this right now while the voice inside my head laughs and keeps repeating the same thing over and over. We're warm now, Marcus. We're finally warm. My name is Marcus. I bought the box 31 days ago. I don't think I'm going to make it to day 32. My grandmother Miriam died in the summer of 2019 at the age of 94. She was sharp and mean right up until the last breath. The only thing she left me in her will was a small wooden box she always called the Dybbuk box. She made my mother swear on the Torah that I would never open it. The day after the funeral, my mom tried to throw it in the trash, but I stopped her. I thought it was just some weird old family keepsake, nothing more. The Hebrew letters carved into the lid looked almost pretty, like ancient decorations. I put the box on the shelf in my daughter Lily's room because my 8-year-old said it reminded her of a pirate treasure chest. The first month after I brought it home, nothing happened. Lily played with her toys like always. Then she started talking to her new friend every night after lights out. She called him Mr. Cold. She said he lived inside the box and hated being alone in the dark. I thought it was normal, imaginary friend stuff until I walked past her bedroom door one night and heard two voices. One was Lily's sweet little voice. The other was a grown man's, low, raspy, speaking what sounded like Hebrew. I opened the door slowly. Lily was sitting cross-legged on her bed facing the closed box, smiling like it was Christmas morning. When I asked who she was talking to, she pointed at the box and said, "Mr. Cold says you're not supposed to be in here right now, Mommy. He's cold and he wants me to keep him company." I moved the box into my own bedroom that same night and locked the door. 2 days later, my husband David started sleepwalking for the first time in our 20 years of marriage. I would wake up to find him standing at the foot of our bed holding the box, staring at it with completely empty eyes. Every single time I shook him awake, he would say the exact same thing in a flat voice. He wants to come out and play with the little girl. I started researching late at night while they slept. Dybbuk, a Jewish possessing spirit. I read the original stories and felt my stomach turn to ice. I tried to get rid of the box. I drove 2 towns over at 3 a.m. and left it at a Goodwill donation box. The next morning, it was sitting on my kitchen counter like I had never moved it. There was a new scratch on the lid that looked exactly like a child's handprint pressed into the wood. That was when the real possessions began. Lily stopped speaking in her own voice for 3 full days. She only used that gravelly man's voice, telling us long stories about the camps, about people screaming in the snow, about how cold it had been in the dark for 70 years. She described things no 8-year-old on Earth should know. Details about train cars, yellow stars, and the smell of burning hair. David started having violent seizures. The doctors ran every test and found nothing wrong. I started seeing my grandmother Miriam in the hallway mirror, but her eyes were completely black, and she smiled the way she never smiled when she was alive. On the night everything finally broke, Lily walked into our bedroom at exactly 2:33 a.m., carrying the open box. Both wine glasses were in her small hands, filled with something that looked and smelled like fresh blood. She spoke in perfect unison, her voice and the man's voice layered on top of each other. He says it's time for the whole family to drink together now. I lunged for her. David tried to grab the box. The second his fingers touched the wood, his eyes rolled back, and he started speaking fluent Hebrew in the same gravel voice. Lily smashed one glass against the wall, and the liquid hissed and burned through the carpet like acid. I managed to wrestle the box away, slammed the lid, and the latch clicked shut by itself. The next morning, David remembered nothing. Lily woke up crying and asked why her friend Mr. Cold had left her. The box was still on the nightstand, but the Hebrew letters had changed. If you stared at them long enough in the right light, they now clearly spelled out two English words: "Thank you for the child." We burned the house down that same week. The insurance company called it an electrical fire. We moved across the country with almost nothing. Lily still wakes up some nights whispering in Hebrew and drawing pictures of an old woman with black eyes holding hands with a little girl. The little girl in every drawing has my face. I still have the box. It's locked in a storage unit 3 states away under a fake name. Every few months, the storage facility sends me an alert that the lock has been tampered with from the inside. I never open those emails. I just pay the bill and pretend I don't feel the cold creeping closer every single night. My name is Rebecca. My daughter turned 9 last month. She still draws that picture every single day. I've been collecting haunted objects for 15 years. I have an entire room in my basement filled with them. Dybbuk's, cursed paintings, haunted jewelry, haunted dolls, the works. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I was smarter than the things I bought. Then last year, I found the mother of all Dybbuk boxes at a private auction in upstate New York. The auctioneer wouldn't let anyone touch it. He just held it up under the lights and said, "This one comes directly from the original owner's family." Kevin Manis himself sold it years ago, and somehow it came back to us. We don't know how. Starting bid is $10,000. I bid $15,000 on the spot and won. The box was heavier than it had any right to be. When I picked it up, I felt something heavy and wet shift inside, like it was packed with raw meat instead of wine glasses. The auctioneer looked relieved when I paid. He shook my hand and said, "Good luck, son," the way people say goodbye at funerals. I drove home that night with the box buckled into the passenger seat like a person. Halfway there, the radio started playing old Yiddish folk songs, even though it was tuned to a modern rock station. I turned it off. It turned itself back on louder. I placed the box in the exact center of my collection room on a special pedestal I had 3D printed just for it. I left it sealed. I'm not an idiot. I installed 4 security cameras, motion sensors, and even drew a salt circle around the pedestal because I'm extra like that. For the first 2 weeks, everything was quiet, too quiet. My other haunted objects actually seemed calmer with the Dybbuk box in the room, like they were all afraid of it. Then on the night of the full moon, the cameras caught something that still makes me sick when I watch the footage. At 3:33 a.m., every single object in the room lifted 6 inches off its shelf and hung there. The Dybbuk box lid opened by itself. A thick black mist poured out, oily, moving like it had bones and muscles inside it. The mist formed the shape of a tall, thin man wearing an old concentration camp uniform. He walked slowly through my entire collection, touching each object like he was inspecting his new property. Then he turned and looked straight into the camera lens. He smiled with my dead grandfather's face. I threw up when I watched the recording the next morning. That night, I tried to return the box to the auction house. They told me it had never been sold to me. Their records showed I never even attended the auction. I still had the receipt in my wallet. When I showed it to them, the ink had vanished. The paper was blank. The Dybbuk started taking pieces of me one by one. First, it took my childhood memories. I would look at old family photos and not recognize the boy in them. Then it took my voice for 6 straight hours. I could only speak in that same gravel Hebrew. Then it took my dog. I found him sitting perfectly still in front of the open box, tail wagging, eyes completely black. He bit me when I tried to pick him up. I had to put him down the next day. I lasted 3 months. By the end, I was sleeping in the collection room every night with the box on my chest like a weighted blanket. I talked to it. I begged it. I offered it anything if it would just leave me alone. One night, I woke up holding a wine glass filled with my own blood. I had sliced my wrist open without realizing it. The box was wide open, and the black mist was pouring straight into my mouth like I was drinking it down willingly. I don't remember much after that. I remember driving to the middle of nowhere with every single haunted object I owned piled in the back of my truck. I remember digging a huge hole in the woods at 4 a.m. I remember throwing everything into that hole, including the Dybbuk box, then pouring gasoline on top and lighting it. The fire burned green. The box screamed with hundreds of different voices at once. I stood there until sunrise. When I got home, the box was waiting on my front porch. The lid was open. Inside was one new item I had never seen before, a small silver locket with my baby picture inside. The locket was warm and beating like a tiny heart. I haven't left the house in 4 weeks. I smashed every mirror because my reflection keeps trying to crawl out and hug me. Every single night at 3:33 a.m., the box opens by itself, even though I nailed it shut with railroad spikes and wrapped it in chains. I'm recording this right now while the black mist is circling my chair, whispering my real name, the one my mother gave me that nobody alive still knows. If you're listening to this, never buy a Dybbuk box. Never inherit one. Never even look at one for too long. Because once it chooses you, it doesn't just possess your body. It collects your entire soul the same way I used to collect objects. And it never, ever lets go. My name was... It doesn't matter anymore. The collector is gone. Only the collection remains. Imagine a book so dangerous that for over 1,000 years, kings, scholars, and occultists kept it hidden and warned others never to open its pages. A book that doesn't just summon spirits, but claims to teach you how to seize the power of the planets themselves and bend reality to your desire. What if I told you there is a real Arabic grimoire written over 1,000 years ago, whose methods have left many who tried them forever changed, haunted by forces they could no longer control? Tonight on Eerie Archive, we descend into one of the most feared books in occult history, the Picatrix, also known as Gayat al-Hakim, the Goal of the Wise. The Picatrix was written sometime in the 10th or 11th century, most likely in Al-Andalus, Islamic Spain, or the mysterious regions of North Africa. Its true author remains unknown, though it is often attributed to the scholar Maslama al-Majriti. This is not an ordinary book of magic. It is a massive encyclopedia of astral magic, drawing from ancient star-worshipping traditions of the Sabians of Haran, hermetic wisdom, and precise planetary knowledge from multiple ancient civilizations. The core power of the Picatrix lies in talismanic magic and image magic. It teaches how to create physical objects that capture and hold the living energy of the planets, but only when every single detail is perfectly aligned with the stars. These objects are not simple jewelry or decorations. They can be rings worn on specific fingers, engraved stones carried in a pocket, small statues made of metal or wax, painted images on parchment or metal plates, or even more complex forms like sealed bottles or specially prepared candles. The book explains that each planet requires its own materials, colors, incenses, and exact timing. Everything must match perfectly, or the talisman remains empty, or worse, attracts the wrong kind of force. For example, a Jupiter talisman is often made on a clear white stone or piece of tin. The image carved or painted on it usually shows a seated king on a throne, holding a scepter, surrounded by symbols of abundance. According to the Picatrix, those who carry this talisman are said to gain increase in riches and honor, live a good and comfortable life, have many sons, and be protected from enemies. It is supposed to bring expansion, good fortune, and respect from powerful people. A sun talisman is typically made on a red stone or in pure gold. The image might show a powerful king sitting on a throne, or a crowned figure holding a scepter with a lion at his feet. The book claims that whoever carries or wears this talisman will not be easily defeated. Whatever they begin will reach completion, and they will gain fame, vitality, and success in leadership. Venus talismans are made with copper or white stones, using sweet incenses like rose and musk. A common image is a beautiful woman holding a mirror, surrounded by doves and flowers. These are said to bring love, attraction, pleasure, harmony in relationships, and joy. Whoever carries it is supposed to always laugh and be cheerful, and draw people toward them naturally. Yet some accounts warn that the attraction can become too intense, turning into obsession. Mars talismans often use iron or red stones. The images are aggressive, a warrior holding a sword, standing over a defeated enemy, or a scorpion ready to strike. They are said to grant courage, victory in conflict, physical strength, and the ability to overcome opponents. But the Picatrix repeatedly warns that Mars energy is volatile and can easily spill into uncontrolled anger, accidents, or violence if not handled with extreme caution. Saturn talismans are made with lead or dark stones, using heavy incenses like myrrh. The images are somber and heavy. An old man with a scythe, or a dark tower surrounded by ravens. These are used for long-term protection, discipline, endurance, and sometimes to restrict or bring limitation upon enemies. Their power is slow but very heavy, and many who worked with Saturn talismans later spoke of a lingering melancholy, isolation, or an oppressive weight that stayed with them for months. The Picatrix also describes painted images and small statues that are far more elaborate. Some talismans are entire scenes, a city being built or destroyed, a harvest field full of crops, or a lion holding a stone in its paw. These are not meant to be worn, but kept in specific places, or used in longer rituals. One example is an image made to heal kidney stones, showing a lion in pure gold, dancing while holding a stone in its paw, created during the hour of the sun when the second face of Leo is rising. What makes all of this deeply unsettling is how precise and calm the instructions are. The book speaks as if capturing the power of the stars is no different than a scientific experiment. Yet it quietly reminds the reader that these forces are alive, and once invited into an object, they do not always leave when the ritual is over. The book also goes into great detail about planetary hours, the 28 lunar mansions, special blends of incense, particular colors, metals, herbs, and complex geometric designs. It promises the ability to attract love, sudden wealth, political influence, protection from enemies, and even to affect the minds and fates of other people. But the Picatrix also contains repeated warnings, written in calm, almost cold language, that these operations are not toys. If the timing is even slightly wrong, or if the practitioner lacks the necessary spiritual strength, the forces that are awakened can turn violently against the one who called them. One of the most famous and mysterious sections is the ritual of the perfect nature, a long and demanding working said to allow the practitioner to contact their own personal guiding spirit, the inner genius that can grant wisdom, protection, and secret knowledge. Yet many who attempted similar operations later claimed that what arrived was not only guidance, but something that refused to leave when the ritual ended. What makes the Picatrix especially terrifying is its tone. Unlike many other grimoires that are filled with dramatic warnings and demonic names, the Picatrix speaks in a quiet, methodical, almost scientific way. It presents these rituals as advanced knowledge for the wise. This calmness is what scares many people the most, because it makes the power feel real and dangerously accessible. Now we come to the darkest part of this exploration, the personal accounts of those who actually tried to work with the Picatrix. Many practitioners report extremely fast and strong results in the beginning, but what follows is often far more disturbing than they expected. Among all the stories that circulate in occult circles, there is one that stands out as particularly terrifying. A story that many people refuse to tell fully, even years later. A man in his early 30s, who had been quietly studying the Picatrix for over a year, decided to create a Saturn talisman. He wanted long-term protection and discipline in his chaotic life. He followed every instruction with obsessive precision. Lead disc, black ink, myrrh incense, the exact planetary hour on a Saturday night when Saturn was strong. On the talisman, he engraved the image of an old man holding a scythe, standing in front of a dark tower. At first, nothing happened. For 3 days, he felt nothing but a strange heaviness in the air of his apartment. On the 4th night, he woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m., unable to move. He felt an enormous weight pressing down on his entire body, as if the ceiling itself had fallen on him. When he managed to open his eyes slightly, he saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing at the foot of his bed. It had no face, only 2 faint, cold points of light where eyes should be. The figure was completely still, but he could feel it watching him with ancient, patient hatred. From that night on, things became much worse. Every Saturday during Saturn's hour, the presence grew stronger. He would hear slow, heavy footsteps in his hallway, even though he lived alone. Objects in his room began to move, but not quickly. They moved with deliberate, agonizing slowness. A glass sliding across the table centimeter by centimeter until it fell and shattered. His mirrors started showing his reflection with a delay, as if something else was wearing his face a few seconds later. The worst part came after 2 weeks. He began waking up with new bruises every morning. Deep, finger-shaped marks around his wrists and ankles, as if he had been tied down while he slept. His skin became unnaturally cold to the touch, even in the middle of summer. He stopped sleeping in his bed, choosing instead to sleep on the couch with all the lights on. But the lights didn't help. He could still feel the tall figure standing in the darkest corner of the room, watching, waiting, getting closer every night. In his final message to a close friend before he disappeared from all contact, he wrote, It doesn't want to leave. It says I invited it, and now we are bound until the end. Every night it gets heavier. I can feel it inside my bones now. If you ever find this book, burn it. Don't make the same mistake I did. No one has heard from him since. Another man crafted a Jupiter talisman for wealth and status. He spent days preparing, choosing the perfect planetary hour, mixing the exact incense, and engraving the proper symbols. Within a few weeks, his income increased dramatically. New opportunities appeared, and people began treating him with respect he had never received before. At first, he felt invincible. Then, the nightmares started. Night after night, he woke up drenched in sweat, feeling an immense pressure on his chest, as if something heavy was sitting on him, watching him struggle to breathe. He began experiencing intense headaches during planetary hours, sudden, uncontrollable anger, and the constant sensation that an invisible presence was standing directly behind him, breathing slowly against the back of his neck. Another person attempted a complex operation using one of the lunar mansions. After completing the ritual, the sleep paralysis came. He would wake up completely unable to move, while glowing geometric patterns and starry lights danced across the darkness in front of his eyes. When he could finally open his eyes, he saw several tall, shadowy figures standing motionless at the foot of his bed, their forms pulsing with faint blue and golden planetary light. They never spoke. They never moved closer. They simply stared. Even after he burned all the materials and performed cleansing for weeks, these figures continued to appear in his peripheral vision during the day, always vanishing the moment he turned his head. A fourth account involves the perfect nature ritual. The practitioner began having unusually vivid and prophetic dreams, receiving insights that helped him solve long-standing problems. But with the dreams came something else. He could no longer sit alone in silence. He felt a constant presence listening to his thoughts, especially at night. He would wake up to the feeling of cold breath on his skin, accompanied by a low whispering voice that sounded both curious and possessive. He later described it as something now living inside the quiet parts of my mind that only speaks when the stars are in the right position, and it never truly leaves. There is also the story of a woman who created a Venus talisman for love and attraction. At first, the results were exactly what she wanted. But soon, she began noticing that every relationship in her life became strangely intense and obsessive. Friends and partners started acting jealous and possessive in unnatural ways. She started seeing the same tall figure with long flowing hair in mirrors and reflections, always standing just behind her, smiling in a way that made her blood run cold. The figure appeared more frequently, and the feeling of being constantly watched became so strong that she could no longer stay alone in her own home at night. One of the most disturbing accounts comes from a man who experimented with a more aggressive planetary operation. In the weeks after the ritual, strange physical phenomena began in his house. Small objects would slide across tables during specific planetary hours, even when the room was empty. Unexplained illnesses hit his entire family at the same time. Doctors could find no cause. The air in the house felt thick and heavy, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on every room. He reported seeing long, slender shadows moving just outside his direct sight, following him from room to room, always staying in the corner of his eye. The worst moment came when he woke up one night to find finger-shaped bruises on his arms. Bruises that had appeared while he was sleeping. Across all these stories, the same terrifying pattern repeats again and again. Even when the desired result came quickly, a hidden and heavy price was always paid. Disrupted sleep, constant pressure, heightened sensitivity to the moon and planets, unexplained bruises, and the chilling realization that the boundary between our world and the astral realm had been opened. And closing it again was far more difficult than opening it. For many, the effects did not stop when they destroyed their talismans or stopped the rituals. Weeks turned into months, and some still felt the planetary forces weighing down on their lives, making even ordinary days feel watched, heavy, and somehow no longer completely their own. This is why the Picatrix continues to inspire such deep and lasting fear, even today. Copies and translations still circulate quietly online, and with every new wave, new unsettling stories emerge. Scholars and religious authorities have warned for centuries that this knowledge was never meant for casual or unprepared hands. If you have stayed with us until the end of this video, and you now feel a quiet unease settling over you, listen to that feeling. This channel is for entertainment and educational purposes only. We do not encourage anyone to search for the Picatrix, download any version of it, or attempt any of its rituals. My sincere advice is clear and serious. Stay away from this book. Do not try to satisfy your curiosity. For many who ignored this warning, the cost was far greater than any power they gained. If you feel anxious, restless, or disturbed after watching, please speak with a trusted religious advisor, a Raki, or a mental health professional. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the Picatrix. Let me know in the comments what you felt. But please keep the discussion respectful and far away from any practical instructions. Imagine a book so dangerous that for more than 800 years, scholars, mystics, and ordinary people have issued repeated warnings. Do not touch it. Do not read it. Do not even keep it in your home. A book that some claim acts as a key to the unseen world of jinn and spirits. A book that countless individuals say has shattered families, summoned jealous and vengeful entities, and left those who opened its pages forever haunted by shadows that refuse to stay in the corner of their eye. In the Western world, most of us are familiar with the Necronomicon, the infamous cursed tome invented by the horror master H.P. Lovecraft. It is described as a book capable of driving men into complete madness and awakening ancient cosmic gods that exist far beyond human comprehension or control. But what if I told you that there is a real historical book written in the 13th century in classical Arabic that is feared throughout the Middle East and far beyond as one of the most dangerous grimoires ever created? A book that many in online horror communities and occult circles now openly call the Arab Necronomicon. Tonight on Eerie Archive, we are taking a long, careful journey into the darkness. In the first part, we will examine the history and compare the fictional Necronomicon with the very real Shams al-Ma'arif, known as the Sun of Knowledge. In the second part, we will delve deeply into some of the most disturbing personal accounts of people who actually read the book or simply brought a copy into their lives. And in the final part, we will explore the long aftermath. What happened to those who tried to break free? And end with a serious, heartfelt warning. This will be a detailed and extended exploration, so settle in, turn the lights low if you dare, and let us begin our descent. In the year 1922, the American author Howard Phillips Lovecraft introduced readers to one of horror literature's most lasting and influential creations. In his short story, The Hound, he first referenced a mysterious and terrifying book called the Necronomicon. According to the detailed but entirely fabricated history that Lovecraft crafted, the Necronomicon, whose original Arabic title was Al-Azif, was written in the 8th century by a mad poet and occult seeker known as Abdul al-Hazred, forever remembered as the Mad Arab. Al-Hazred was said to have wandered for years through the desolate ruins of ancient cities across the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. In those forgotten places, he uncovered secrets from civilizations long vanished from memory and recorded knowledge so alien and horrifying that no sane human mind was ever meant to contain it. The legend claims he met a gruesome end, devoured alive in broad daylight by an invisible monster in the streets of Damascus. Over the following centuries, the book was supposedly translated first into Greek by a scholar named Theodorus Philetas, and later into Latin by Olaus Wormius in the 13th century. Because its contents were considered so perilous, copies were actively hunted, suppressed, burned, or hidden in the darkest corners of private collections. Those who read the Necronomicon were said to suffer terrible consequences: creeping madness, vivid and unrelenting nightmares, and the unwanted attention of vast cosmic entities such as Cthulhu, Azathoth, and Yog-Sothoth, primordial beings older than time itself who regard humanity as nothing more than insignificant dust in an uncaring universe. Lovecraft skillfully incorporated the Necronomicon into many of his greatest works, including The Call of Cthulhu and the Dunwich Horror. It functioned not simply as a collection of spells, but as a powerful symbol of forbidden knowledge that could fracture the human psyche and tear open gateways to realities we were never intended to witness. Yet, the single most important truth must be stated clearly. The Necronomicon is completely fictional. It was a masterful literary device created by Lovecraft, who even composed a short fake essay titled History of the Necronomicon to lend the illusion greater weight. Despite its invented nature, the concept proved extraordinarily powerful. Readers around the world began searching for a real version of the book. In 1977, a work called The Simon Necronomicon was published, blending elements of Sumerian and Babylonian texts with Lovecraftian themes. To this day, some occult practitioners consult it, and a handful claim it has triggered genuine paranormal activity. Nevertheless, at its foundation, it remains a modern creation inspired by our ancient fear of the unknown. Now, let us leave the realm of Western fiction behind and travel back through centuries of sand, mysticism, and hidden knowledge to 13th century North Africa and Egypt. The book at the center of our discussion is titled Shams al-Ma'arif wa Lata'if al-Awarif, The Sun of Knowledge and the Subtleties of Gnosis. It is traditionally attributed to the Sufi scholar, mathematician, astronomer, and mystic Ahmad al-Buni, who lived from the late 12th century until approximately 1225 CE. Al-Buni was a real historical figure and a devoted student of the celebrated Sufi master Ibn Arabi. He possessed a profound interest in the esoteric dimensions of Islam, with a particular focus on the science of letters known as Ilm al-Huruf. This discipline holds that the Arabic alphabet and the 99 beautiful names of God contain concealed divine energies capable of influencing the material world. Shams al-Ma'arif is not an ordinary text. Its pages delve into the mystical qualities of God's names, advanced numerology, intricate magic squares called wafq, the crafting of talismans intended for protection, attraction, influence, or healing, the movements and effects of the planets, and, most controversially of all, methodical approaches for communicating with jinn, the unseen beings frequently referenced in the Quran. Certain sections of the book appear to offer precise, step-by-step instructions. These involve exact combinations of Quranic verses, sacred letters, numerical values, geometric diagrams, and carefully calculated timing based on planetary hours. Practitioners are said to use these methods to summon, bind, or interact with spiritual forces. The text warns of the risks involved, yet it also promises access to hidden powers. Unlike the entirely invented Necronomicon, physical copies of Shams al-Ma'arif do exist. Ancient handwritten manuscripts are preserved in major libraries across the world, and various printed editions have appeared over the centuries. However, these editions have often met with swift and strong opposition. In 1985, when a widely distributed printed version surfaced in several countries, it was rapidly banned in multiple places due to its notorious reputation for danger. Throughout Islamic history, prominent scholars such as Ibn Taymiyyah harshly criticized the work, labeling significant portions as sorcery that could lead believers away from true faith and into the influence of devils. At the same time, other voices have defended elements of the book as legitimate expressions of Sufi mysticism and spiritual insight. The scholarly debate has persisted for hundreds of years. Is Shams al-Ma'arif a deep exploration of divine knowledge and the hidden structure of creation? Or is it a perilous grimoire that invites forces far beyond human ability to safely command? This fundamental tension leads directly to the central question we are exploring tonight. Why have so many people, both in traditional circles and modern online communities, come to refer to Shams al-Ma'arif as the real-life Necronomicon? The parallels are remarkably strong. Both texts trace their claimed origins to the Arabic language and the cultural landscape of the desert. The Necronomicon's original title, Al-Azif, refers to the strange nocturnal buzzing of insects in the desert, which traditional belief sometimes interpreted as the distant whispering or humming of demons. Shams al-Ma'arif is composed entirely in classical Arabic and draws deeply from the rich Islamic traditions surrounding jinn, desert spirituality, and concealed esoteric sciences. Both works promise access to forbidden power and knowledge that lies beyond ordinary human limits. The Necronomicon reveals cosmic truths of such immense scale that they can fracture the reader's sanity. Shams al-Ma'arif claims to unlock the secret potentials hidden within divine names and letters, potentials that could, according to its pages, reshape reality, provide protection, generate influence, or establish direct contact with the unseen realm. Both are accompanied by grave warnings. Engaging with the Necronomicon is said to attract madness and the indifferent gaze of ancient cosmic horrors. Engaging with Shams al-Ma'arif is said in countless accounts to invite jinn into one's daily life. Spirits that may initially seem cooperative or curious, but frequently become possessive, jealous, or actively hostile. And perhaps most importantly, both have generated authentic fear among those who encounter them. With the Necronomicon, that fear remains largely literary and cultural. With Shams al-Ma'arif, because the book physically exists and continues to circulate, the fear feels immediate, personal, and ongoing. But here is the crucial difference that makes Shams al-Ma'arif far more unsettling. While the Necronomicon remains safely confined to the pages of fiction, Shams al-Ma'arif does not. This is precisely where the true nightmare begins. We now move into the second and significantly darker section of this video. The true horrifying stories that people claim occurred after they opened the pages of Shams al-Ma'arif, or simply brought a copy into their homes. These accounts have circulated for decades through Arabic language forums, TikTok horror series, YouTube confession channels, and quiet family conversations across the Middle East and beyond. Some are presented as direct personal experiences. Others are passed down second or third hand. We must approach all of them as unverified narratives. They could be urban legends shaped by cultural fears, psychological phenomena amplified by suggestion, or genuine encounters with something beyond explanation. Nevertheless, they share a disturbingly consistent pattern. An initial spark of curiosity quickly leads to contact, and that contact frequently brings consequences that prove extremely difficult to reverse. One of the most widely known and devastating stories originates from Saudi Arabia. A man in his late 20s, educated, outwardly skeptical, yet burning with curiosity about the occult sciences, managed to obtain a copy of the book. One quiet evening, alone in his room, he decided to test one of the rituals described in its pages. A ceremony said to allow a human being to form a marital bond with a female jinn. He prepared carefully, following the instructions with precision. Particular sequences of the divine names, exact numerical combinations, geometric arrangements, and recitations performed at a specific planetary hour. When he completed the ritual, nothing dramatic occurred immediately. He even laughed about it later with a few close friends, dismissing the entire experience as nothing more than outdated superstition. But over the following days and nights, the atmosphere inside his home began to change in subtle yet unmistakable ways. He started to feel a persistent, cold presence that seemed to move with him from room to room. He would wake abruptly in the middle of the night, heart pounding, convinced that invisible eyes were studying him from the darkest corners. Occasionally, a soft, unmistakably feminine breath would brush slowly across the back of his neck while he lay trying to sleep. At other times, he heard faint whispers carried on the still air, always carrying the same possessive undertone. "You belong to me now. There can be no other." Despite these growing warnings, the man continued with his real-world plans. He had met a human woman he genuinely loved and intended to marry her. The night before the wedding ceremony, he experienced an intensely vivid and terrifying dream. A beautiful yet deeply unsettling female figure materialized before him. Her voice was cold and absolute as she delivered a single, chilling ultimatum. "I will not share you with anyone. There will be no other wife." The next day, horror unfolded in the most inexplicable manner imaginable. Within the space of only a few hours, 3 entirely separate and unrelated car accidents claimed the lives of his parents, his fiancé's parents, and his bride-to-be. Investigators could find no common cause, no mechanical failure, no shared road condition that explained all 3 tragedies. The man survived physically, but his entire world was destroyed in a single day. In the painful months that followed, he reportedly confided in family members that the Jinn bride had ruthlessly enforced their eternal pact. She had declared their bond would last until death do us part, and she had made certain it would. Some who remained in contact with him years later claimed that he still sensed her jealous, possessive presence around him, never fully free. Another story that continues to appear repeatedly across forums and horror channels concerns a young man whose older brother borrowed an old, carefully hand-stitched copy of Shams al-Ma'arif. The manuscript was ancient, its pages brittle and yellowed with age, the binding sewn with thick, unusual threads that seemed almost deliberate in their strangeness. That same evening, as the whole family sat together outside their home, enjoying the cool desert breeze after a hot day, a stranger suddenly stepped out of the darkness without any sound or warning. The stranger's appearance was deeply disturbing from the first moment. His eyes bulged unnaturally large, reflecting the dim light in a way that felt wrong. His smile stretched far too wide across his face, carrying an expression that seemed both mocking and knowing, as though he possessed a secret none of them could comprehend. When the young man extended his hand in greeting, the stranger's skin felt like touching solid ice, so cold that it caused an involuntary shiver to run through his entire body. Looking down, the family noticed that the stranger's feet appeared severely swollen and deformed, barely contained by his shoes, as if they did not quite belong to a normal human form. The man asked for charity in a low, rasping voice that sent an immediate wave of primal fear through every person present. After several long, tense minutes filled with uncomfortable silence, the book was finally returned. The stranger turned and walked slowly back into the night. From that moment on, the family began seeing this exact same individual almost every single day. He would linger near the local mosque after prayers, stand silently outside the neighborhood supermarket, or simply appear at the edge of their street, always watching from a distance. No one in the entire area recognized him. No one had ever seen him before that single night. Then, on the very day the brother returned the book to its original owner, and it was physically removed from their house, the mysterious visitor vanished completely. He was never seen again by any member of the family or anyone else in the neighborhood. To this day, many who hear this account are convinced that the stranger was never a human being at all, but a jinn drawn like a moth to the hidden power contained within the pages of the book. A separate but equally unsettling incident took place in a university library. A student researching esoteric topics discovered a copy of Shams al-Ma'arif on a restricted shelf. Intrigued by its reputation, he decided to photocopy a few pages for personal study. The instant he carefully placed the first page onto the glass surface of the photocopier, a thick glass cup sitting on a nearby desk shattered violently into dozens of pieces, although no one had touched it and there was no apparent cause. The machine itself jammed immediately, refusing to operate. Seconds later, the lights in that entire section of the library began to flicker wildly before plunging the area into total darkness, while every other part of the building remained brightly lit and unaffected. The student later described feeling a sudden wave of intense heat followed by hot, deliberate breath against the back of his neck, accompanied by an overwhelming, suffocating sensation that something invisible was standing directly behind him, observing his every movement. Overcome by raw terror, he abandoned the attempt entirely and fled the library without taking any copies. One of the most frequently recounted experiences involves what many refer to as the three silent figures. After reading even modest portions of the book late into the night, individuals report waking up completely unable to move, trapped in a state of sleep paralysis far more vivid and oppressive than ordinary episodes. At the foot of their beds stand three dark, roughly humanoid silhouettes. They do not speak. They do not move closer. They simply stand motionless, staring with an intensity that feels almost physical. Then, slowly and deliberately, they begin to laugh. A silent, grotesque laughter with mouths stretched unnaturally wide, as though the sound itself has been stolen from the air. In multiple independent accounts, these three figures returned on consecutive nights, each visit more intense than the last, until the book was removed from the home and prolonged spiritual protection measures were undertaken. Many others describe a subtler yet more persistent form of haunting that can last for weeks or months. After reading only a handful of pages, they begin noticing constant movement in their peripheral vision. Tall, slender entities with unusually long noses and a faint bluish or shadowy tint. These figures vanish the exact moment the person turns their head to look directly at them, only to reappear moments later in another corner of the room or hallway. They seem to follow the individual from space to space, always staying just outside clear sight. When night falls, the encounters often turn physical. During episodes of sleep paralysis, victims feel icy hands pressing down on their chest, gripping their arms or legs with undeniable force. In the morning light, unexplained bruises frequently appear on the skin in the distinct shape of fingers. One man recounted hearing a low, calm voice whispering from the complete darkness of his bedroom, repeatedly asking the same questions in a tone that mixed curiosity with menace. "Are you awake now? Can you see me yet?" There is also the account of a man referred to in some tellings as Umar. After spending several nights experimenting with certain formulas and recitations from the book, he began speaking aloud in his sleep in a language his family did not recognize. The following morning, he woke to find that his vision had changed. Everywhere he looked, he started seeing disturbing creatures and moving shadows in his peripheral vision. These entities appeared in doorways, behind furniture, and even in broad daylight when he walked outside. His wife became increasingly terrified as the house itself began to feel heavy and oppressive, as though an unseen weight pressed down on every room. Friends and family eventually stepped in, organizing extended sessions of protective Quranic recitation. According to the story, only after intense and sustained spiritual intervention did Umar gradually begin to regain a sense of normalcy, though he later admitted in private that he believed he had unknowingly opened a doorway that should never have been touched. Additional accounts from various regions, including Pakistan and parts of North Africa, describe even more tangible disturbances. Bottles and other small objects would slide across tables or fall to the floor with no one nearby. Sudden, unexplained illnesses would strike multiple family members at once, defying medical diagnosis. A constant, heavy feeling of being followed or watched became the new normal, persisting day and night until serious and prolonged spiritual measures were taken. Across all these stories, whether from Saudi Arabia, Iraq, university libraries, or family homes, one deeply unsettling thread repeats again and again. A large number of the individuals involved read only the first few pages of the book. Some never even completed a single full chapter. Yet the reported effects often began within hours or days, and for many of them, the disturbances continued long after the physical book itself had been removed, returned, or destroyed. We now arrive at the third and final part of this extended video, the long aftermath and the final warning. What truly happens after the book has entered a person's life? This is the chapter that many survivors speak of only reluctantly, the exhausting, drawn-out aftermath that can last for months or even years. In nearly every account we have explored tonight, the horror did not simply disappear the moment the reader stopped turning pages, or even when they burned or returned the book. For many, that moment marked only the beginning of a much longer and more draining struggle. The man who performed the jinn marriage ritual did not merely lose his entire family in one catastrophic day. According to those who stayed in contact with him, the presence never completely departed. Even years afterward, he would still wake suddenly to the unmistakable sensation of cold breath moving slowly across his neck, accompanied by the same jealous female voice whispering softly yet clearly in the darkness. "You are still mine. You will always be mine." The family that encountered the mysterious visitor with the bulging eyes and ice-cold hands continued to experience unexplained phenomena long after the book had physically left their possession. Small objects would shift positions or fall to the ground during the night with no human hand involved. Their young children began suffering from recurring, vivid nightmares that left them too frightened to sleep alone. An unexplained wave of fatigue and illness moved through the household, resisting every medical explanation or treatment the doctors could offer. The university student from the library photocopy attempt reported that for many weeks afterward, he found it almost impossible to sit alone in any quiet or dimly lit space. Whenever silence settled around him, he would feel an invisible presence standing directly behind his chair, breathing slowly and deliberately, as though patiently waiting for something. Those who woke to face the three silent figures or the bluish entities in their peripheral vision often described a draining, repetitive cycle that could persist for weeks or months. Repeated episodes of intense sleep paralysis, unexplained bruises appearing overnight in the shape of fingers or hands, and a constant, heavy feeling of being observed even while walking in bright sunlight or surrounded by other people. According to the many personal accounts shared in forums and horror channels, the most common response among those affected was to turn toward traditional spiritual practices in search of relief and protection. They spoke of reciting Ayatul Kursi hundreds of times each day and throughout the night. Many kept recordings of Ruqya playing continuously in every room of the house. Some committed to reading the entire Surah al-Baqarah from beginning to end daily for days or even weeks without interruption. Others actively sought the assistance of knowledgeable religious scholars or experienced raqis, who performed thorough spiritual cleansing sessions on both the individuals and the physical spaces they inhabited. A relatively small number of people claimed that after persistent, sincere effort spanning many weeks or sometimes several months, the disturbances gradually diminished in intensity and eventually faded away, allowing a fragile return to normal life. However, not everyone received such relief. A significant portion maintained that once the doorway had been opened through Shams al-Ma'arif, it could never be fully sealed again. The entities that had responded to the call seemed unwilling or unable to depart completely, transforming what began as curiosity into a permanent, shadowing presence in their daily existence. This reality leads us to a broader and more sobering question that echoes through time. Why does this 800-year-old book continue to inspire such profound fear and fascination even in our modern digital 21st century? Even today, scanned copies, digital PDFs, and partial or unofficial translations continue to circulate quietly across the internet. Every few years, a new leak or freshly printed edition surfaces in one form or another. And almost without fail, fresh waves of unsettling personal stories begin to emerge in its wake. From the era of Ibn Taymiyyah centuries ago to the statements of contemporary religious authorities, many respected scholars have issued consistent and strong warnings regarding the book. They have classified large sections of its content as seer, sorcery, that can expose the reader or owner to the complex and often unpredictable world of the jinn, without the spiritual preparation or strength necessary to withstand the consequences. Some contemporary researchers and analysts suggest that the most hazardous and explicitly ritualistic material may have been added to the text long after Ahmad al-Buni's original composition. Others argue that even the earliest core material was never intended for ordinary readers, but only for those possessing exceptional spiritual discipline and divine permission. Regardless of where one stands in these ongoing scholarly discussions, one clear pattern repeats itself across generations of oral and written accounts. Curiosity about Shams al-Ma'arif frequently carries a heavy price, and for many who paid it, the cost continued to accumulate long after the initial encounter. If you have remained with us through this entire extended video and now feel a genuine sense of unease or discomfort settling over you, please know that you are far from alone. Many viewers who have watched similar explorations have openly shared that these accounts left them unable to sleep easily for several nights afterward. That very feeling of unease may itself serve as a form of instinctive protection. My final and most sincere advice, offered with complete seriousness, is simple and direct. Do not search for Shams al-Ma'arif in any form. Do not attempt to locate scans, translations, summaries, or any version of the book. Do not try to satisfy even the smallest spark of curiosity by reading a single page or performing any related practice. This channel exists to explore the darker corners of history, folklore, and human mystery for entertainment and educational purposes only. We do not encourage, endorse, or provide any form of guidance on occult practices of any kind. If anything you have heard during this video has left you feeling anxious, fearful, restless, or otherwise disturbed in any way, please do not dismiss or ignore those feelings. Reach out promptly to a trusted religious advisor, a knowledgeable Raqi if that forms part of your faith tradition, or a qualified mental health professional. I shouldn't have gone inside that house. My name is Ethan. I'm from the US, and I'm sending this because I still can't explain what happened to me. There was a house at the edge of a small village, and everyone avoided it. I should have listened. A few years ago, I traveled to a small village in southern Turkey to visit a friend I had met while studying abroad. He invited me to stay with his family for a while. It was quiet there, slower than anything I was used to. Everyone seemed to know each other. Nothing really happened. Then I noticed the house. It was sitting at the edge of the village behind a broken stone wall. No lights, no movement. I asked my friend about it. He looked at it for a second and said, "We don't go near that place." I thought he was joking, but he didn't smile. He just said people in the village stay away from it. The next day, I was alone, so I went for a walk around the village. I didn't really have a plan, I just followed the road and ended up near the house again. Up close, it didn't look like anything special. Just an old, abandoned place. I remember thinking people were probably exaggerating. The door was slightly open. It looked like it had been that way for a long time. I walked up to it and went inside. The moment I stepped inside, something felt off. The air was heavier. There was no sound at all. Then I heard something, very faint, like whispering, coming from deeper inside the house. It stopped when I listened, then started again, from another room. I told myself it was nothing, but it kept moving, like it was following me. Then I heard something behind me, right behind me, not a whisper this time, a voice. I couldn't understand it. It wasn't a language I knew, but it was close, too close. I turned around. Nothing was there. I ran. I don't remember getting out. I just remember the silence stopping, the moment I stepped outside. That night, we were sitting outside again. I looked at my friend and said, "I went there." He looked at me for a second and said, "You shouldn't have gone there." I told him everything, the whispers, the voice, how it moved, how close it felt. He didn't interrupt me, he just listened, calm, like he already knew what I was talking about. When I finished, I asked him, "What was that?" He said, "In our culture, we believe in beings called jinn." I frowned. "Like ghosts?" He shook his head. "No, they're not the dead. They were never human." That confused me even more. Then what are they? "They're another kind of creation," he said. "They live alongside us, but we don't see them." I asked him, "Is this just something people here believe?" He shook his head. "No. Hundreds of millions of people believe in them. In Islam, it's not even just belief. It's part of the religion." I looked at him and said, "What do you mean?" He said, "In the Quran, they are mentioned directly. There's a verse, it says they were created from smokeless fire. I had never heard anything like that before, not once. So people actually believe this is real?" He nodded. "Yes, they're part of the world, just not our part of it." That was the moment everything changed for me, because until then, I thought it was just a local story. But now it felt much bigger than that. I asked him one last thing. "Are they dangerous?" He paused, then said, "Some are, and some are not. But places like that house are not empty for no reason." I didn't stay there much longer after that. The next morning, I left the village. For a while, I told myself it was just fear, just my imagination. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear something, a whisper, right next to me. This entry ends here. Have you ever heard of jinn before tonight? Let's move to the next entry in the archive, which is no less disturbing. This didn't happen to me, but it happened close enough that I couldn't ignore it. It was something everyone around me was talking about. There was a house not far from where I lived. From the outside, it looked completely normal. Nothing about it stood out. Nothing that would make you stop and look twice. At first, people thought it was something simple, an electrical problem, a faulty wire somewhere in the house. Something that could be fixed. Something that had a logical explanation. But the fires didn't stop. They kept happening. Again and again. At different times, with no pattern, no warning. Sometimes at night, when everyone was trying to sleep. Sometimes during the day, when people were fully awake, watching. And no matter what they checked, nothing made sense. Nothing explained it. That's when things got worse. It wasn't just small objects anymore. It wasn't just random items, beds, blankets, pillows, even the mattress itself. They would suddenly start burning out of nowhere. Not like a normal fire, not spreading the way fire should, just a small flame, appearing for a few seconds, then disappearing like something had touched it and then let go. And then people noticed something else. It wasn't happening to everything. It was happening more to one person, a woman living in the house. Her clothes would suddenly catch fire without warning, without a source. No spark, no heat nearby, nothing that could explain it. Just a brief flame, then gone. They even cut the electricity completely. No power, no active lines, nothing running in the house, and still, it continued. That's when people stopped calling it an accident, because this wasn't happening once. It kept repeating over and over again. The family tried to leave. They moved more than once, hoping it would stop. But wherever they went, it followed. The same thing, the same fires, the same fear. At some point, it drew attention. More people started showing up, not to help, but to see it. Officials came, people tried to investigate, cameras were set up, People were watching, and it still happened, right there, in front of them. Clothes catching fire, while people stood there, seeing it with their own eyes, and still, no one could explain it. The family asked for help. Local authorities got involved. They tried to find a reason, something physical, something logical, but nothing was confirmed. By then, people had already made up their minds. Some believed it was scientific, something rare, something unusual. Others didn't agree. They said it wasn't random. They said it was something else. They said something was attached to the house or to someone inside it. That's when I started hearing the word jinn. At first, I didn't take it seriously, but the more I heard, the harder it became to ignore, because nothing else made sense. Eventually, someone came to examine the situation. Not a technician, not a scientist, something different. People said he performed some kind of ritual, right there, in front of everyone watching. After that, things became quiet. The fires stopped. At least, that's what people said, but no one really explained what changed or why it stopped when it did. I never went inside that house. I didn't need to, because even from a distance, it didn't feel normal, and whatever was happening there didn't feel like an accident. Some people say jinn were created from smokeless fire, and that sometimes fire is how they make themselves known. I don't know if that's true, but after hearing something like this, it's hard not to wonder. What do you think? The final entry in the archive is not easily forgotten. This didn't just happen once, it happened more than once, and every time, it followed the same pattern. It usually happened when I wasn't fully asleep, or when I had just woken up, especially in the evening, after falling asleep for a short time. At first, I thought it was just a dream, something my mind created, something I could ignore. But then it happened again, and then again, and that's when I realized it wasn't random. The first time I remember clearly, I opened my eyes, and I could see my room perfectly. Nothing had changed. Everything was exactly where it should be. But something felt wrong. I tried to move, just a small movement, my hand, my fingers, anything, but nothing responded. That's when I realized I was fully awake. I could hear my breathing. I could feel the bed. I could see everything around me, but I was completely frozen. And then that feeling started. The feeling that someone else was there, not something I could see, but something I could feel very clearly. At first I tried to ignore it, told myself it wasn't real, that it was just my mind reacting. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. It felt like something was standing in the room, not moving, not making a sound, just watching, waiting. And then I heard it, a sound, very faint, very close, too close. It sounded like a whisper, but not in a language I understood. Not something meant to be understood. Just something present. I tried to focus on it, tried to understand what it was saying, but the more I listened, the worse it felt, like it knew I was aware of it. Then I felt something else, a pressure on my chest, not heavy, but enough to make breathing harder. That's when panic hit. I tried to move again, to speak, to scream, but nothing came out. The whisper got closer, right next to my ear now, still unclear, still impossible to understand, but it felt intentional. And then, just like that, it stopped. The pressure disappeared. The sound was gone. I could move again. I sat up immediately, turned on the light. Nothing was there. The room looked exactly the same, but it didn't feel the same. I told myself it was just sleep paralysis, that there was a logical explanation, that other people experienced this too. But something about it didn't feel the same. because it kept happening on different nights, at different times, but always the same presence. And every time it felt a little closer, a little more aware, like it was learning something about me. Eventually, I told someone about it. They didn't seem surprised. They just asked me one question. Did it feel like something was watching you? Then they said something I hadn't taken seriously before. Jinn. I don't know if that's what it was, but I do know this. It never felt like a dream. And whatever it was, it didn't feel like it was just in my head. I didn't think anything about that night would stay with me. It was supposed to be simple, just a trip to get away from the city, clear our heads, sit under an open sky for once. There were 5 of us. We had driven out past the last paved road, past the point where even the phone signal started fading, until the world became nothing but sand, wind, and darkness. By the time we set up camp, the sun had already disappeared and the desert had turned into something else entirely. Cold, quiet, too quiet. We lit a fire, sat around it, joked, talked about stupid things. The kind of conversations that don't matter in the moment but feel important when you're out there. No lights, no buildings, just the sound of the fire and the wind brushing against the sand. At some point, I remember looking up at the sky. There were more stars than I had ever seen in my life. And for a second, I had this strange feeling, like we weren't alone out there. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be that guy. It must have been around midnight when things started to shift. Not suddenly. Not in a way you can point to and say, that's when it happened. It was slower than that, subtle, almost like something had already been there, and we were only just starting to notice it. I think it was Emre who saw him first. He stopped mid-sentence, staring past the fire into the darkness. We all turned to look, and that's when we saw him. An old man, sitting just beyond the edge of the firelight. We hadn't heard footsteps. We hadn't heard anything. He was just there. At first, nobody said anything. We just stared, trying to figure out how long he had been sitting there, trying to remember if he had always been there. One of the guys laughed. "Where the hell did you come from, Uncle?" The old man didn't answer right away. He was sitting calmly, hands resting on his knees, looking at the fire. Not at us. Just the fire. After a few seconds, he spoke. "I've been here." That was it. No explanation. No emotion. Just that. We assumed he was a shepherd or someone who lived nearby, even though there was nothing around for kilometers. No animals, no lights, no signs of life. Still, it made more sense than anything else. We invited him closer. He didn't move immediately, but eventually he shifted forward, just enough for the firelight to reach his face. And I remember this clearly. Something about his face felt wrong. Not in a dramatic way, not like something out of a horror movie. Just off. Like your brain couldn't fully focus on it. One of the guys handed him tea. He didn't drink it. He just held the cup, watching the steam rise. We started talking again, trying to act normal. But now, everything felt slightly forced, like we were aware of him, even when we weren't looking at him. At some point, someone joked, "All right then, since you're here, tell us a story." A few of us laughed. It was supposed to be harmless, something to pass the time. The old man looked up for the first time, not at all of us, just at me. And then he smiled, a very small smile, and said, "You want to hear about them?" Nobody asked who. Nobody needed to. For some reason, we all understood. He started speaking slowly, calmly, like he had told this before. Some of them don't enter people. The fire cracked softly. They don't need to. We listened, not because we were interested, but because something in his voice made it hard not to. They sit close. They listen. And sometimes, he paused, looking around the group. They learn. One of the guys scoffed. Yeah? And what do they do with that? The old man didn't look at him. They wait. There was a silence after that, the kind that stretches just a little too long. Then he continued. Most people think if something is there, they would feel it. He slowly turned his head, looking at each of us, one by one. That's not how it works. I don't know why, but at that moment I felt this pressure in my chest, like I had forgotten how to breathe properly. They don't rush. They don't show themselves. They stay. He leaned slightly forward, until you stop questioning it. Someone tried to laugh again. It didn't sound real this time. Then one of the guys asked, "So what? You're saying they can just sit with you like this?" The old man nodded. Yes. Another pause, longer this time. Then he said something I still think about every single day. Sometimes they sit with a group and no one notices. That one of them doesn't belong. Nobody laughed. The fire suddenly cracked louder. A piece of wood collapsed inward. Sparks flew up into the air. And for a brief moment, the light shifted. I don't know how to explain this, but it felt like there were too many shadows. I remember looking around, counting, without realizing I was counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I stopped, because something felt wrong. I looked again, slowly, carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And him. 6. My stomach dropped. I turned to Emre. Before I could even say anything, he whispered, "Weren't we 5? Nobody answered. When we looked back, the old man was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no sound, nothing. The cup of tea was still there, resting on the sand, still warm. None of us spoke after that, not that night, not on the drive back. We never brought it up again. But a few days later, one of the guys sent a photo from that night. All of us sitting around the fire. And behind us, just at the edge of the light, there was someone standing, watching, and none of us remember him being there. I still think about what he said. They don't need to enter you. They just need to stay close. Long enough. She was never alone after she said yes, told by her university roommate. I met Elif in our first year at university. She wasn't the kind of person people noticed right away, not because she wasn't pretty, she was, but in a very quiet way. She dressed simply, always carefully, loose clothes, neutral colors, nothing that drew attention. She kept her hair tied most of the time, rarely wore makeup, and avoided eye contact with men unless she absolutely had to. She was contained. That's the best word I can find. Contained, like someone who had already decided where the boundaries of her life would be and refused to step outside of them. We ended up sharing a room in our second year. At first, I thought she was just shy, but after a while, I realized it wasn't just that. There were small things, nothing dramatic, nothing you could point at and say this is wrong, just small discomforts. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see her sitting upright in her bed, completely still, not on her phone, not reading, just sitting, staring at the floor. The first time I asked her what she was doing, she said, "I thought I heard something." I listened. There was nothing. No footsteps, no voices, no movement in the hallway, just silence. I told her it was probably someone in the next room or pipes or something normal. She nodded, but she didn't lie back down right away. She kept sitting there, like she was waiting. Another time, she told me she hated mirrors at night. I laughed. I thought she was joking. She wasn't. "If I wake up suddenly," she said, "I feel like I'm not the only one looking." I remember telling her she watched too many horror videos. She didn't argue. She just said, "Maybe." But here's the important part. Nothing ever happened. No shadows, no voices, no physical signs. If you lived with her, you would just think, she's anxious. And honestly, that's what I thought too. Until after graduation. We stayed in touch. Not every day, but enough. She moved back to her hometown. Her family was traditional. Within a year, she told me they had introduced her to someone. At first, everything sounded normal. He had a stable job, came from a good family, polite, respectful. The way she described him, it almost felt like relief, like her life was finally settling into something predictable. But then, things started to change, and I didn't notice it all at once. It came through small details in our calls. She started having trouble sleeping again. But this time it wasn't just, "I heard something." She said it felt like someone was standing very close to her bed, not touching her, just there, watching. Then the bruises started. At first, she brushed it off. I hit the bed frame. I must have slept on my arm weird. But one night she sent me a photo. It was on her upper chest, clear, distinct, 5 fingers, like someone had pressed down hard and held it there. I told her to go to a doctor. She said she would, but instead, she got engaged. After the engagement, everything escalated, and I mean immediately. It was like something shifted, like whatever had been watching from a distance suddenly stepped closer. She started saying something that made my stomach turn. I can't always tell if it's him. I didn't understand at first. She explained. Sometimes when Emre came home in the evening, she would freeze, because for a split second, she wasn't sure if the man walking through the door was actually him. She said there were moments when he looked exactly the same, but something felt off. The way he stood, the way he looked at her, the delay before he spoke, just enough to make her hesitate before answering. And then came the nights she stopped sleeping properly. She said there were times she would wake up unable to move, not fully paralyzed, but heavy, like something was pressing down on her body, not violently, not attacking, just claiming space. This is the part she struggled to explain, and honestly, I'm still not sure I fully understand it. She said it felt like someone trying to get close to her, too close, not in a way she could clearly describe, but enough that she started sleeping with the lights on, reciting prayers out loud until she passed out. They got married anyway. That's when everything broke. The fight started almost immediately. Not normal arguments, sudden, explosive anger, over nothing. She told me there were moments she would look at Emre and feel disgust for no reason, and then hours later, she would feel guilty and not understand why she reacted that way. Emre changed too. He became distant, irritated. Sometimes he would refuse to stay in the house at night. He never fully explained why, just said, "I don't feel comfortable there." Then she got pregnant. The night she found out, she had a dream. She said she was holding a baby, but something felt wrong. The baby didn't feel like hers. She looked at its face and said in the dream, "This isn't mine." She woke up shaking. A few days later, she lost the pregnancy. The second time was worse. She said something came to her in her sleep again. Not as a shadow, not as a figure, but as a presence she recognized. This time, it wasn't just watching, it was angry. She lost that one too. By the third pregnancy, they were already falling apart. The house felt heavy. She said even during the day, she felt like she wasn't alone. Doors didn't slam, objects didn't move, nothing you could record or prove. But the air felt occupied. That one ended in the hospital. She stayed there for days. That's when her family brought in a religious healer. He didn't take long, according to her. He listened, asked a few questions, then said something very specific. This is not random. This is attachment. And it started before the marriage, but it chose to act after she was promised to someone else. He called it something I had never heard before, an attached entity driven by desire. Not just a disturbance, not just something passing through, something that wanted her. He said it didn't want her to belong to anyone else, not her husband, not even her future children. They tried to remove it. Multiple sessions, prayers, rituals, recitations. Sometimes she would feel better for a few days, then it would come back, stronger. At some point, she stopped recognizing herself. She lost weight, stopped speaking much, avoided mirrors completely. Her marriage ended, quietly, no big fight, just collapse. Months later, they brought another man, older, more experienced. He listened to everything, then said, "This one won't leave willingly." What happened after that? She never told me in detail, only this. It got worse before it ended, and I don't think it left the way it was supposed to. I saw her once after all of it, in person. She looked like herself again, almost, but not completely. When we were sitting together that night, she suddenly paused mid-sentence, just like she used to back in university. She looked past me, not at me, past me. And for a second, I felt it too. Not a sound, not a shadow, just the very clear feeling that there was someone else in the room. And it wasn't there for me. When he asked my name, I couldn't answer. Not because I didn't want to, but because something inside me was already trying to. About 2 years ago, I was completely normal. I had my routine, my beliefs, my habits. Everything felt stable, predictable, mine. And then it started changing. Not all at once, just small things at first, things you could easily ignore if you didn't think too much about them. I stopped praying. At first it was just laziness, or at least that's what I told myself. Then I started thinking differently, not in a dramatic way. Just small thoughts that didn't feel like they belonged to me, like questioning things I had never questioned before, doubting things I had always been certain about. And the strange part was, I noticed it. I remember sitting alone sometimes, realizing the way I was thinking didn't feel like me, but I didn't stop. It was like watching yourself say something wrong and just letting it happen. Then it got worse. I started arguing with my family over things that didn't even matter. Small conversations would turn into fights, and afterward, I wouldn't even understand why I reacted that way. It didn't feel natural. It felt forced. There were moments where I felt completely disconnected from myself, like I was still there, but slightly behind, watching, not controlling. I began doing things I never used to do, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't feel anything stopping me anymore. I was eating constantly, not out of hunger, just eating, like something in me wanted it. And then there was the mirror. I don't know when that started, but I remember it clearly. I would sit in front of it, sometimes for a long time, longer than I realized, just staring at myself, not thinking, not reacting, just watching. Sometimes I would smile, for no reason. And the strange thing was, it didn't feel like my smile. It felt delayed, like it came from somewhere else, and I was just following it. There were times my eyes would start to hurt, but I wouldn't look away. I couldn't. There were also thoughts that made no sense, random, disconnected things. At one point, I remember thinking about kittens, over and over, but there were no kittens, nothing in my house, nothing around me, just that thought, repeating for no reason. I started going out more, walking around places I never cared about before, looking at trees, just standing there, staring at them, not appreciating them, not thinking anything, just looking, like I was observing something I didn't understand. And the worst part was, I knew something was wrong, but I didn't stop. I didn't even try. My family noticed it too. They said I wasn't the same, that something about me felt off. I didn't argue with that, because I felt it. Then one day, someone came to our house, an old man. He had known my family for years. I remember thinking, this is pointless. People like him just pretend. That's what I believed at that moment. But when he looked at me, something changed. My body started reacting before I understood why. My hands began to tremble. My legs felt unstable, and there was this sound, high-pitched, constant, like something pressing against my ears from the inside. He asked me simple questions, basic things, and I didn't want to answer. I remember that clearly. I didn't want to. Then he asked my name, and that's when it happened. My head started moving, slowly at first, then faster. Left, right, like I was searching for something or someone. I tried to speak, but the voice that came out was mine, and not mine at the same time. It sounded like I was forcing words through something that didn't belong to me. I could feel myself resisting, but I was still answering. Not clearly, not normally, just sounds. Broken, unnatural sounds. I was still sitting on the sofa, but my body started changing. Slowly, I began to bend forward. My legs spread apart slightly, my head lowered, and I found myself staring at the floor, fixated, completely focused on one spot. My eyes started to hurt, but I didn't blink. I didn't look away. Then suddenly, he grabbed my hands. For a second, I thought he was going to hit me, but he didn't. He pulled me upright and forced me to look at him. He looked directly into my eyes and said something under his breath. I couldn't fully hear it, but I remember the tone, calm, certain. And in that moment, I felt exposed, like whatever was inside me had just been seen. More people came into the house after that. I don't remember exactly when, but suddenly the room felt full, and then they started reciting, loudly. At first, I hated it. It felt wrong, annoying, pointless. My thoughts were confused. I remember thinking something strange, something that didn't make sense, about kittens again, as if the sound was going to scare them, even though there were none. But then, something shifted. I started listening, not by choice. It just happened. And with every breath, my thoughts began to change. It's hard to explain, but it felt like something was leaving. Not suddenly, not violently, just slowly. Like a pressure inside my chest, lifting, little by little. The sound that had been in my head started fading. And for the first time in a long time, my thoughts felt clear. Not new, not different, just mine. I closed my eyes and I just listened. After that, everything became quiet. Not normal right away, but quiet. It took months to feel like myself again. Slowly, things returned. My habits, my thoughts, my reactions. But even now, when I think back to that time, there's one thing that still bothers me. I wonder how long I was already gone before I noticed. We lived in that house for more than 10 years, and for most of that time, we genuinely believed we were alone. Looking back now, I don't think that was ever true. I was 9 years old when my family moved into that house in Mississauga. Up until that point, we had always lived in smaller homes, places where everything felt close, familiar, easy to understand. You could hear doors opening, footsteps in the hallway, someone calling your name from the next room. Nothing ever felt distant. This house was different from the moment we stepped inside. It wasn't just bigger. It felt spacious in a way that created distance between things. 5 bedrooms, 3 washrooms, long hallways, and a basement that didn't feel like it belonged to the rest of the house. It felt like something beneath it, almost like a separate space that hadn't fully become ours yet. I remember the first night very clearly. I didn't want to sleep alone, even though nothing had happened and no one had said anything to make me feel afraid. It was just the silence. In a small house, silence feels normal. In a large house, it feels like something is missing. I stayed close to my mother and my siblings, listening to the quiet in a way I never had before. Of course, that feeling didn't last long. Children adjust quickly, and within a few weeks the house became a place to explore rather than something to be afraid of. We ran through the hallways, played games, hid in empty rooms that still had boxes stacked against the walls. The echo that once felt unsettling became something we didn't even notice anymore. But there was one place I never fully got used to: the basement. At that time, it was completely unfinished. The floor was bare concrete, the walls were bare concrete, and the ceiling was exposed. Even during the day, it felt darker than it should have. The air felt heavier, colder in a way that didn't match the rest of the house. One afternoon, I went down there alone. I don't remember exactly why. Maybe curiosity, maybe just the need to prove to myself that there was nothing unusual about it. But I remember standing at the bottom of the stairs and looking around at this large, empty space that felt almost too quiet. That's when I noticed the hooks. They were hanging from the ceiling, several of them, spaced out across the room. There was nothing else around them, nothing to explain their presence in a way that felt immediate or obvious. I stood there longer than I should have, just looking at them, trying to understand why they made me uncomfortable. Later, I asked my father about them. He told me the previous owners had been caught by the police for growing marijuana in the basement. At the time, it was illegal, and those hooks were part of whatever setup they had used. He explained it casually, like it was just a detail, something insignificant. But for me, it changed how I saw that space. Because now the basement didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like something had already happened there. And once a place has a history, it never feels neutral again. Over the years, the basement was renovated. Walls were added, carpet was laid down, furniture filled the space, and warm lighting replaced the cold emptiness. Eventually, it became a normal part of our home, a place where we studied, relaxed, and spent time together. And for a long time, nothing felt wrong. I grew up in that house. I went through high school there, then university. Some of my best memories were in that home. Family dinners, late nights, Ramadan mornings, conversations that stretched into hours. If anyone had asked me back then whether there was anything unusual about our house, I would have said no without hesitation, because nothing obvious had happened. And that's what made everything that followed so difficult to process. It didn't start with something dramatic. There was no single moment that changed everything overnight. Instead, it began with something small, so small that it would have been easy to dismiss if it had only happened once. I was in my second year of university when the first incident happened. I came home one evening after spending time with friends, and my mother pulled me aside almost immediately. There was something in her expression that made me take her seriously before she even said anything. She told me that my sister had been studying in one of the basement rooms with the door closed. While she was sitting there, she suddenly heard loud, forceful knocking on the door. Not the kind of knock you expect from someone trying to get your attention, but something heavier, more deliberate. She ran upstairs frightened and told my parents. They went down to check, looked around, and tried to calm her down, suggesting it might have been stress or exhaustion from studying. But my sister insisted on one detail that made it difficult to ignore. She said the sound hadn't come from outside the room. It had come from inside. That changed the way everyone reacted. My father, who was usually the most composed person in any situation, didn't have an explanation this time. He didn't dismiss it, but he didn't confirm anything either. He just became quiet. While everyone else stood there trying to make sense of it, I went downstairs. I didn't feel afraid at that moment. If anything, I felt focused. By that point in my life, I had memorized the Quran, and I had been asked before to recite Ruqya for people who felt uneasy in their homes. My mother asked me to do the same in the basement, and I agreed. I walked through each room slowly, reciting, paying attention to every corner, every sound. Nothing happened. There was no response, no movement, no sign of anything at all. If I'm being honest, part of me expected something, and when nothing happened, I felt a strange kind of disappointment. Life continued. Days passed, then weeks, and the incident faded into the background. We didn't talk about it much anymore. But even though it wasn't discussed, it wasn't forgotten either. Not long after that, I moved into the basement and started sleeping there alone. It made sense practically, but there was also another reason I didn't admit out loud. I wanted to see for myself whether anything was actually there. I spent months down there. I watched horror movies late at night with the door closed, sat in silence for long periods of time, and paid attention to every small sound. I was almost testing the space, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. At least, not to me. Then we got a cat. It was a normal change in the house, the kind that quickly becomes part of daily life. One morning after Far, my brother was in the basement reading Quran, and the cat was with him. He was sitting on the floor, reciting, while she walked around calmly, exploring the space. Then, suddenly, something happened right next to her. He described it as a sudden, forceful impact, as if something had struck her from the side. She reacted immediately, jumping up in clear distress and retreating to a corner, hissing at something he couldn't see. When he told me what had happened, I listened differently than I had before. It wasn't just about the sound anymore. It was about how she reacted. Animals don't convince themselves of things. They respond to what they perceive. A few days later, I saw something myself. We were about to leave the house for a family trip, and the cat was going to be alone for the first time. Just before we left, she stopped in front of the basement door. Her entire body went still in a way that didn't look natural. Her gaze was fixed at a point that was too high for something on the floor, as if she was looking at something at human height. Her expression changed in a way I had never seen before. Her mouth opened slightly, not like a normal sound, but almost like she was trying to react and couldn't. Then she suddenly ran, moving in a way that was clearly driven by fear rather than instinct. darting back and forth as if trying to escape something we couldn't see. After that, things continued to happen, but never in a way that felt dramatic enough to point to a clear conclusion. It was always small incidents, spaced out over time, each one easy to dismiss on its own, but harder to ignore when you considered them together. One afternoon, my brother and I prayed in the family room. After finishing, I stepped out while he remained inside. Moments later, he came out quickly, visibly shaken, reciting Ayatul Kursi. He said that while he was sitting, he heard strong, repeated impacts against the walls separating the family room from the kitchen. On another day, my youngest sister was sitting in the living room when the curtains suddenly moved apart in opposite directions with a force that didn't match anything natural. There was no wind, no open windows, and nothing else in the room moved with them. By that point, we had all reached the same silent understanding. Something was happening in that house, but nothing prepared me for what my mother experienced next. I came home one day and found her deeply shaken. She told me she had been resting when she suddenly felt the unmistakable presence of someone watching her. She turned toward the doorway and saw a young boy standing there, looking directly at her. Before she could react, he turned and ran down the basement stairs into the darkness. She was too frightened to move. Then she heard footsteps coming back up, more than one, slow and controlled. She said a group of tall figures appeared, far taller than any normal person, dressed entirely in black with their faces covered. They spoke calmly and told her that they lived in the house. They said the boy she had seen was their son, that he was mischievous but not harmful, and they apologized for frightening her. Then they turned, went back toward the basement, and disappeared. I had never seen my mother like that before. She wasn't confused or unsure. She was certain. After that, she began hearing something else. During the early hours before far, she would sometimes hear a soft, rhythmic recitation coming from the basement. At first, my father didn't believe her. But one night during Ramadan, she asked him to listen with her, and he heard it too. Eventually, I heard it myself. One night, I stayed awake and walked toward the kitchen, and that's when I heard a woman's voice coming from the basement, reciting in a calm, steady rhythm. It sounded like Quran. I didn't go down. I didn't interrupt, because in that moment, I didn't feel fear. I felt respect. After that, everything went quiet. Years passed without anything happening, until one final incident. We were sitting together eating when my parents mentioned that the treadmill in the basement had started running on its own. I suggested it might be a malfunction, but my mother pointed out that it wasn't even plugged in. Then, while we were still sitting there, we all heard it running downstairs. I went to check. As I approached the basement, I could hear it clearly, moving at a steady pace. But the moment I reached the door, it stopped. Inside, the treadmill stood still, and the power cable was disconnected. I remember standing there for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing, and then I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because there was no other reaction that made sense anymore. After that, we never heard anything again. Even now, we sometimes talk about it, not with fear, but with a kind of strange acceptance. Because whatever was there, it was never trying to harm us. It was simply there, and for years, we lived in the same house. I heard this story from my mother, and even now, I can't say for sure whether it was something that actually happened or something that was passed down and changed over time, but I do know one thing: it has stayed with me in a way very few stories ever have. Even now, whenever I see someone begging on the street, I hesitate before walking past them empty-handed. Because of him, because of what happened in my family. There was a man everyone respected deeply, someone my father still talks about even today, not just as a relative, but as someone who shaped the way he sees the world. His name doesn't really matter anymore, but in the family they used to call him Dada. He was my grandfather's brother, or maybe cousin. I was never completely sure, because in those days families lived differently, all together under one roof. Brothers, sisters, children, everyone sharing the same house, the same space, the same life. My father grew up around him, and from the way he describes him, you can tell that Dada wasn't just another member of the family. He was someone people looked up to. He was hardworking, disciplined, and above all, kind. The kind of man who would go out of his way to help someone in need, who believed that doing good for others was just part of living properly. He had a small shop back then, a bicycle repair shop, nothing big, but enough to make a living and enough to keep him busy from morning until late evening. People trusted him. People respected him. But there was one thing about him that stood out. He had no tolerance for people who chose to beg, even though they were capable of working. Helping the poor was one thing, but to him, begging without trying, that was something he couldn't stand. And that's where everything began. There was a young man in the area, someone people had seen around before, someone strong enough, healthy enough to work, but instead he spent his days going from place to place asking for money. One day, he came to Dada's shop. At first, it was like any other time. He asked for some coins, spoke in a low voice, held out his hand. Dada ignored him. That wasn't unusual. But that day, something was different. No one knows exactly why, but instead of ignoring him like he usually did, Dada lost his temper. And when he did, he didn't just send the man away. He humiliated him. He shouted at him in front of everyone, insulted him, told him to leave and never come back. And he didn't stop until the man finally turned and ran, not just leaving, but crying as he went. People who were there said they had never seen Dada like that before, not even once. And after that day, he disappeared, just like that. No warning, no explanation. He didn't come home. He didn't go to his shop. He didn't tell anyone anything. He simply vanished. Days passed, then weeks. The family searched everywhere they could, asked around, went from place to place hoping someone had seen him, but no one had. Back then, things were different. There were no real investigations, no police reports for something like this, especially not for a man from a poor family. Eventually, they had to accept it. Dada was gone. He left behind his wife, 3 children, and a house full of people who had no idea what had happened to him. Time moved on. It had to. But then, one day, something happened that changed everything again. There was a knock on the door. It was my great-grandfather, the one everyone called Dada, who heard it. He walked to the door and asked who it was. A voice from outside answered. A beggar, asking for food. Without thinking much, Dada said there was nothing to give and closed the door. And then he stopped. Something about that voice. Something about the way it sounded. It didn't feel unfamiliar. He opened the door again immediately and stepped outside. The beggar was still there, standing just a few steps away. And in that moment, he recognized him. It was Dada, standing there in front of his own house. But not the same. His clothes were dirty. His face looked different. And his eyes didn't recognize anything. Dada rushed to him, grabbed his arm, brought him inside, calling out to the family, telling them he had found him, asking him where he had been, what had happened, why he had left. But Dada just looked at him like he was a stranger. He didn't recognize his brother. He didn't recognize his home. He didn't recognize anyone. After that, he was seen a few more times in the area, always the same, always wandering, always begging, never staying, never speaking properly, never remembering. But Dada couldn't accept it. He couldn't let him go like that. So one day, he decided to follow him. He kept his distance, careful not to be noticed, moving through the streets, through narrow alleys, until the city slowly changed into something else. A place where people like that gathered. A camp, filled with beggars. But something about it felt wrong. They weren't just poor. They were watching, waiting. And when Dada stepped closer, they surrounded him. Before he could say anything, they told him why he was there. They already knew. They told him to leave, to forget his brother, to never come back. But he didn't listen. He went back the next day. This time, he came prepared. He carried a mushaf in his pocket. When he reached the camp again, they stopped him immediately. Before he even spoke, they told him to remove what he was carrying, to take it out before saying anything. He froze, because he hadn't shown it. He hadn't mentioned it. And yet, they knew. Before he could react, something else happened. A woman stepped forward, and as she did, the others moved back. Not out of respect, out of fear. There was something about her that made it clear she wasn't like the others. She came closer, calm, silent. Watching him, Baydada asked her what she wanted, what it would take to let his brother go. She didn't answer his question. She didn't negotiate. She didn't argue. She simply told him to forget, to leave, to stop coming back. But he refused. He pleaded. He begged. He tried everything. And through all of it, she kept looking at his pocket, at the place where the mushaf was hidden. Finally, he took it out. And the moment he did, she disappeared. Not stepped back, not turned away. She was there, and then she wasn't. Gone, as if she had never been standing there at all. The others stepped back even further. And in that moment, Baydada saw something else. Inside one of the tents, Dada, lying on the ground. He ran to him, called his name again, and this time, Dada recognized him. For a moment, it was like everything came back. And Baydada told him to get up, to come home, to leave this place. But Dada refused. Not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't. He told him the truth, that the woman was not his wife, that she was something else, something far more dangerous, that she had taken him, that she had erased his memory, that she could disappear, move in ways no human could, and that if he tried to leave, she wouldn't just come after him. She would go after his family. And then he said something that explained everything. The beggar, the one he had insulted, the one he had humiliated, that man was her brother. And this was revenge. Baydada went back home. He tried to find help, anyone who could deal with something like that. But no one agreed. No one wanted to get involved. And so, Dada never came back. He lived with her for the rest of his life, until one day, after he died, his body was found, right in front of the house, as if he had finally been returned. They buried him, like nothing had happened, like everything had ended. But it hadn't, because even now, when I think about it, when I remember the way my mother told the story, the part that stays with me the most isn't what happened to him. It's why it started. All of it, because of one moment. One man, standing at a shop, asking for help, and being turned away the wrong way. Everything started the day my grandmother died. It was deep winter, the kind of cold that doesn't just stay outside but follows you wherever you go, creeping into your clothes, your skin, even your thoughts. I was still in college back then. My father called me late at night, and the moment I heard his voice, I knew something wasn't right. He didn't say much. He just told me she was gone and that I needed to come back to the village as soon as possible. I didn't even think. I grabbed my keys and left. The road was almost empty the entire way. No music, no distractions, just the hum of the engine and the sound of my own breathing. Hours passed like that. By the time I got close to the village, the sky was beginning to lighten, but it wasn't really morning yet. That strange hour when everything feels suspended, like the world hasn't fully decided to wake up. When I arrived, people had already gathered outside my grandmother's house. You could tell from a distance. Small groups of men standing close together, hands buried in their coat pockets, their breath turning into fog as they spoke quietly. No one laughed. No one raised their voice. It was that familiar, heavy silence that comes with death. A few people came up to me, shook my hand, said they were sorry. I nodded, thanked them, but I barely registered any of it. It all felt automatic, like my body was doing things on its own while my mind lagged behind. The men stayed outside. The women were inside. That's how it always was. I stepped onto the balcony, took off my shoes, and pushed the door open. To get to the main room, you had to walk through a narrow hallway. That's where I saw them. At first, I didn't think anything of it. The hallway was full, completely packed with women who couldn't fit into the room. They were standing side by side, almost pressed against the walls, leaving just enough space for someone to pass through. But as I took a few steps forward, something started to feel off. All of them had their heads covered, which wasn't unusual. Older women in the village always wore cloths tied tightly around their heads. But these women, they weren't just dressed similarly. They were the same. Same posture, same stillness, same silence. They were lined up along the wall, almost too perfectly. Every single one of them had her head lowered. Not one of them looked up. Not one of them shifted, even slightly. I slowed down without meaning to. Something about the way they stood made me aware of my own footsteps, of the sound my clothes made when I moved. It felt like I was interrupting something, even though they weren't doing anything at all. Out of habit, I gave a small nod as I passed by, a quiet greeting. No response. I told myself they probably didn't notice me. It was a funeral. People were tired, distracted, lost in their own thoughts. Still, I kept thinking about them even after I walked past. I stepped into the room. My parents were there. A few relatives too. My grandmother's body lay in the center, completely covered with a blanket. There was a knife placed on her abdomen. I didn't question it. In places like this, there are things people do because they've always been done and no one stops to explain them. Everyone was sitting low, close to the floor, along the walls. No one spoke. No one cried. They just sat there, staring down, waiting. My mother saw me and gestured for me to sit. I did, but even as I lowered myself to the floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the silence. It was the kind of silence that feels deliberate, like everyone is holding something back. Minutes passed. No one moved. Then, after a while, more women entered the room. They approached the body and gently lifted it, holding the blanket from each corner. They were going to take her to be washed. I stood up, watching them as they carried her toward the hallway. And without thinking, my eyes went back to those women. They were still there, exactly the same. Same positions, same stillness, same lowered heads. The hallway was too narrow. There wasn't enough space for the women carrying the body to pass through comfortably. Anyone else would have stepped aside, made room, at least shifted their weight. They didn't. They didn't move at all. The women carrying the body didn't react either. They squeezed past them, brushing against them, as if nothing was there. That's when something inside me changed. A quiet realization. Something I didn't fully understand yet, but I could feel it settling in. At the cemetery, I saw them again. 4 of them, standing away from everyone else. In our village, women don't usually attend burials. So seeing them there should have drawn attention. But it didn't. No one looked at them. No one acknowledged them. It was like they existed in a space slightly separate from everyone else. I passed near them on purpose, just to be sure. Same height, same posture, same stillness, same lowered heads. It was them. I knew it. The prayer began. People stood in rows, shoulder to shoulder. I stood among them, but I couldn't focus. My attention kept drifting back. To them. They didn't move. Not once. When the prayer ended, the imam asked, "Do you forgive her?" The response came all at once, a single voice rising from the crowd. "We forgive her." And then something else. At first, it blended in. Then it separated. 4 voices. Not loud, not quiet, just wrong. I turned my head. They were speaking. Their mouths were moving, but their heads were still lowered. And I heard it clearly. Kulhu in Sinia. Kulhu in Sinia. Over and over. The sound felt too close, like it wasn't coming from where they stood, but from somewhere much nearer. I looked around. No one reacted. No one even glanced in their direction. That's when I understood something I didn't want to admit. I was the only one hearing them. The burial continued, but I barely remember it. Everything after that felt distant, blurred, as if I wasn't fully present anymore. That night, after everything settled down, I stepped outside to smoke. The village had gone quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, the kind that feels heavy, like something is listening. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, soft, bare feet against the ground. I turned, and there they were, all 4 of them, walking side by side, heads lowered, same distance between them, same pace. The sound of their steps echoed slightly, even though they were far enough that it shouldn't have. I couldn't move. I just watched them pass. The door behind me opened. I turned instinctively. When I looked back, they were gone. Not walking away, not turning a corner. Gone. Like they had never been there at all. That was the moment the fear really settled in. Not when I saw them, not when I heard them, but when I realized they didn't follow the same rules as everything else. That night, I asked my father. I told him what I had seen. He looked at me like I wasn't making sense. What women, he said. The ones at the cemetery, I told him. You didn't see them? He shook his head. There were no women there. That answer stayed with me more than anything else, because it left me with only two options. Either he was lying, or I was the only one who had seen them. Later, he asked me to check my grandmother's house, to make sure everything was locked. I didn't want to go, but I went anyway. The door was open. When I stepped inside and turned on the light, I stopped. Everything was out of place. Drawers open, objects scattered, pictures fallen off the walls. Except one. I walked toward it slowly. It was a photo of my grandparents, sitting side by side, smiling. And in the corner, someone else. A woman, barely visible, head covered, the same way. Something tapped on the window. I turned. For a split second, I thought I saw movement outside. The light went out, then came back. They were standing there, all four of them, right outside the window, not moving, not speaking, just watching. I don't remember leaving the house. I just remember running. After that, I left the village. But whatever I saw there didn't stay there. Because even now, sometimes, in crowded places, I notice someone standing still, head lowered, not moving. And in that moment, everything goes quiet. And I think, if they lift their head, I'll hear it again. Kolhu Insinia, and I still don't know what it means. But I know this. At a funeral, you think you're burying the dead. But sometimes, something else is buried with them. And sometimes, it doesn't stay buried. I opened the door, and I shouldn't have. She was already smiling. Hi. I'm sorry to bother you. Could I please have a glass of water? My name doesn't matter. I grew up in a small town in New England. Quiet streets, old houses, the kind of place where nothing ever seems to happen. At least, that's what people like to believe. We didn't learn the truth from adults. We learned it from other kids, whispering during recess, watching each other's reactions. That's when I first heard the name, Zuriel. They said she had been there for over 300 years. And sometimes, she still visits. There were rules, very specific rules. If she knocks, you must let her in. You must be friendly, no matter what. You must not show fear. You must not let her out of your sight. And you must never let her go past the first room of your house. Most adults said it wasn't real, but almost every house had the same thing. A glass and a bottle of water, right next to the door, just in case. I remember one night when I was a child, someone knocked. I didn't see who it was, but I remember my mother freezing, completely still, like she was listening to something we couldn't hear. Then she smiled, forced, and opened the door. She didn't sleep that night, neither did I. As I got older, I stopped believing in all of it. I even looked into the history of the town. Zuriel was real. There were records. People described her as strange, unwelcome, unstable. She lived alone. And one day, she was found dead, her throat cut. After that, the stories began. People said she never really left. I thought it was superstition, until last Friday. It was around 3 in the afternoon. My son had just fallen asleep upstairs. The house was quiet, too quiet. And then someone knocked. 3 slow knocks, not loud, not urgent. Before I reached the door, something felt wrong. The air felt heavier, like the house itself was waiting. I opened it. She was standing there, mid-40s, hiking clothes, sweat on her forehead, completely normal. She smiled. Hi, I'm sorry to bother you. Could I please have a glass of water? And suddenly, I remembered. The rule. I stepped aside and let her in. I smiled, acted normal. Even when I noticed She wasn't carrying anything. No bag, no bottle, nothing. I handed her a glass of water. She took it, held it, but didn't drink, not even a sip. Her hand felt cold. Not just cold, unnaturally cold. We sat down. We talked. Weather, the town, her trip, normal conversation. But every second felt wrong, like time wasn't moving properly. At one point, I checked the clock. Only a few minutes had passed, but it felt much longer. She kept looking at me, not blinking, just watching, like she was waiting for me to make a mistake. Then, something changed. Her face, subtle at first, then worse, her skin shifting, her eyes losing color, her smile stretching into something unnatural. And the entire time, I kept smiling, because I remembered the rule: do not show fear. Then I heard my son crying upstairs, calling for me. Every instinct told me to run, but I didn't move. I couldn't. She looked at me and asked softly, "Don't you want to go to him?" I stayed where I was. I smiled. I kept talking. Minutes passed, or longer, I don't know. And then, just like that, she stood up, walked to the door, and left. Everything went back to normal. The light, the air, the silence. My son was safe. Nothing was damaged. Nothing was out of place. But something didn't feel over. It felt delayed. Because now, every single day, around the same time, I feel something. Right where she touched me. And sometimes, I think I hear something. Not knocking. Not yet. But something waiting. Right outside the door. This account was submitted anonymously. The sender said they don't expect anyone to believe this, but something in their house changed, and they can't explain it. Hi. I live alone, just me and my dog. His name is Max. He's a golden retriever. Smart, calm, easy to train. A few months ago, I taught him something simple. Buttons. Each one had a word. Food. Outside. Water. Play. Just basic things. At first, it worked exactly how you'd expect. He pressed food when he was hungry. Outside when he needed to go out. It felt normal. Almost impressive. Like we understood each other. But after a while, something changed. One night, Max pressed outside. I got up, opened the door, but he didn't move. He just stood there, looking past me, into the dark. I called him. Nothing. He didn't even blink. That's when it started feeling off. After that, it happened more often. He would press outside, but refuse to go. He would press play, but just sit still. And every time, he was looking somewhere. Not at me, not at the door, somewhere else, like something had his attention. Then one night, I woke up to the sound of the buttons. Click, click, click. I checked the time. 3:12 a.m. I walked into the living room. Max was sitting in front of the buttons, completely still. He pressed one. Outside, I looked at the door, closed, locked, nothing there. Then he pressed it again. Outside, and again, outside. But he wasn't looking at the door. He was looking down the hallway. That's when I felt it. That strange feeling, like you're not alone. I turned toward the hallway. It was empty. At least, it looked empty. Max started shaking. I had never seen him scared before. The next morning, I checked my security camera. At 3:12 a.m., Max had already been awake, sitting there, staring at the hallway, for a long time. Then suddenly, he started pressing the buttons, fast, over and over, outside, outside, outside. Like he was trying to say something, but couldn't. That's when it hit me. He doesn't have the words. He's trying to tell me something, but he only has those buttons. Since then, he refuses to go near the hallway. He stops at the entrance, won't step inside. At night, he sits facing it, watching, waiting. A few days ago, it happened again, but this time I was awake. Max walked slowly to the buttons, pressed one. Outside, then again, outside. But instead of looking at the door, he looked directly at me. Then slowly, he turned his head back toward the hallway. I didn't move. I didn't check, because I already knew whatever he was trying to tell me wasn't outside. And I think that's why he never goes there anymore, because whatever it is, it's already inside. This account was submitted anonymously. The sender said they thought they were just being paranoid at first, but then things stopped making sense. My name doesn't matter. I live alone. At least, I thought I did. I moved into this house about 6 months ago. It's small, quiet, nothing special. The kind of place where you don't expect anything unusual to happen. And for a while, nothing did. Everything felt normal until I started noticing small things. At first, it was easy to ignore. I would leave a door slightly open, and later I'd find it closed. I told myself it was just air pressure, old house, loose hinges, nothing serious. Then it happened again. I left a cabinet open in the kitchen. I remember it clearly. But when I came back, it was shut, completely. That's when I started paying attention. I began noticing patterns. Things weren't just moving randomly. They were being put back, neatly, almost carefully, like someone didn't want me to notice. One night, I came home later than usual. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place, but something felt off. I can't explain it, just that feeling, like someone had been there. I checked every room, closets, bathroom, under the bed. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing missing. Still, I couldn't shake it. That night, I locked everything. Doors, windows. I even checked them twice. I went to sleep. And sometime during the night, I woke up. I don't know why. No noise, no movement, just awake. I stayed still, listening. That's when I heard it. A sound, very faint, like something shifting from inside the house. I sat up slowly, trying to figure out where it came from. Silence. Then, another sound. Closer this time. I got out of bed, walked into the hallway. Everything looked normal, too normal. I checked the kitchen, nothing. Living room, nothing. Bathroom, nothing. Then I noticed something. The hallway closet door was slightly open. I was sure it had been closed before. I stood there, just staring at it, waiting. Nothing moved, nothing came out. After a few seconds, I told myself I was overreacting. I walked over, grabbed the handle, and pulled it open. Inside, just coats, shoes, boxes, nothing else. I let out a breath, closed the door, went back to bed, but I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I checked everything again, still nothing. No signs of anyone, no evidence, just that feeling. A few days passed. Things went back to normal, or at least it looked like they did. Then, one evening, I came home early, earlier than usual, and that's when everything changed. The front door was locked, just like I left it. But when I stepped inside, I heard something, a quick movement, from deeper in the house. I froze, listened, nothing. Then I saw it, something small, on the floor, near the hallway. It wasn't there before. I walked closer. It was a cup from my kitchen, placed on the floor, in the middle of the hallway. That's when I realized something. I had left that cup in the sink that morning. I hadn't touched it since, and I hadn't been home all day. I didn't check the rest of the house. I didn't look around. I just walked backward, slowly, never taking my eyes off that hallway. Then I stepped outside, closed the door, and locked it from the outside. I stayed there for a long time, just standing, trying to decide what to do. Call the police? Explain what? That a cup moved? That I feel like someone's inside? I knew how that would sound. So instead, I waited. Eventually, I went back in, slowly, carefully. Everything was quiet. The cup was still there. Nothing else had changed. I checked every room again. Nothing. No one. But I knew something wasn't right. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, watching, listening, and sometime around 3 a.m., I heard it again, a soft sound. From the hallway, I turned my head, slowly, and that's when I saw it. The closet door, opening, just slightly, not fast, not sudden, slow, controlled, like someone was inside, trying not to make noise. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I just watched. The door stopped, half open, and then nothing. No one came out, no sound, just silence. I stayed there until morning. I never opened that door again. I don't go near it. I don't check, because I think I finally understand something. Whatever is inside my house doesn't want me to see it, and maybe it's been there long before I moved in. What stayed with him was not the voice or the face or even the threats. It was the feeling that something had already been in the room before he noticed it. This account concerns a young man named Bülent from eastern Turkey and a relationship that began normally enough in his late high school years, then continued into early adulthood under circumstances that never seemed to fully settle into any one explanation. Some who heard what happened believed the center of the case was Denise, the girl he loved. Others believed it was Bülent himself, and the way his mind seemed to change after a certain point. What makes the account difficult is that both interpretations remain possible for longer than they should. When Bülent first met Denise, they were still in school. By all outward appearances, it was a simple teenage relationship. They liked each other, spent time together, and built the kind of attachment people often carry with them into adulthood, whether it lasts or not. There was nothing unusual in the beginning. At least nothing that would have made an outsider stop and pay attention. Deniz, by all accounts, was quiet, somewhat reserved, and already carrying a kind of fatigue that didn't fit her age. She was not described as theatrical or attention-seeking. In fact, the people around her tended to say the opposite. She kept things to herself. She did not always know how to explain what was happening to her, and when she did try, the explanation was incomplete. She had disturbing dreams, but could not remember them clearly. She would wake with bruises, soreness, marks on her body, and the kind of exhaustion that made it look as though she had not rested at all. In the morning, she seemed depleted, not frightened in a dramatic way, more like someone returning from somewhere she could not describe and did not want to revisit. Her family noticed naturally. They did what most families would do. They took her to doctors. The explanations were practical at first. Nutritional issues, weakness, growth-related body pain, vitamin deficiency, poor sleep. She was given supplements. People tried to normalize it. At that age, families often prefer a manageable explanation, especially when the alternative is admitting that something does not make sense. But the treatment changed very little. The sleep remained poor. The bruises returned. The morning exhaustion settled into a pattern. Bülent stayed with her through those years, or tried to. He listened, he reassured, he did what a teenage boy could do for someone he cared about, which in most cases is not much beyond being present. After high school, though, they drifted apart. He left for university in Malatya. The relationship weakened and eventually ended. For a time, there was little contact between them. Then, during his second year, they began speaking again. The closeness returned, first cautiously, then more seriously. And when he re-entered her life, he found that the same problems were still there. By then, he was living in a student house with other young men. It was not an ideal situation, but it was common enough. Shared rooms, irregular routines, noise, little privacy. He and Deniz tried to maintain the relationship at a distance. Phone calls became part of the daily rhythm. In those conversations, he noticed something he had hoped would be gone. She was still waking drained, still finding marks on her body, still speaking of disturbed sleep without being able to say what exactly happened during the night. Then she told him she wanted to visit. According to Bülent, the atmosphere in the house changed before she even arrived. That part is difficult to measure because it comes from memory, and memory has a way of reorganizing earlier details after something serious happens. Still, he insisted on it later. He said the house had already become tense, not visibly. Not in a way he could explain to anyone else. It was more that the place no longer felt neutral. He first blamed stress, lack of sleep, pressure from university, all the ordinary things a person uses to explain a growing unease. One night, before Deniz reached Malatya, he woke to knocking at the front door. What made the moment stand out was not the knocking itself, but the fact that nobody else seemed to hear it. The house was full. Several people were asleep in nearby rooms, yet the sound seemed to belong only to him. He got out of bed, went into the hallway, and reached toward the light switch near the door. Before he could turn it on, something caught his ankle. That is how he described it later. Not that he slipped, not that he lost balance. He said something took hold of his leg and pulled. He fell hard, then began thrashing on the floor, kicking at empty space as if trying to break free from a grip he could feel but not locate. One of his housemates came out at the sound of the struggle and switched on the light. The moment the light came on, the sensation stopped. His roommate saw only Bülent on the floor, shaken, agitated, unable to explain himself clearly. Bülent brushed it off. He told the others to go back to sleep, then returned to his room. That might have been the end of it, if nothing else had happened. But once he lay down again, he became aware of warmth behind him, close enough to register as another body in the bed. He turned, and there was a face near his own. He said it resembled a man only in the broadest sense. There were eyes, a mouth, eyebrows, the arrangement of a face, but something about it was wrong. It appeared bloodied, or coated in something dark that gave that impression, and it remained so close to him that he felt challenged by its presence more than threatened in any theatrical way. Then it spoke. It told him he was going to die. He swung at it and struck nothing. The next morning, his roommates behaved strangely around him. At first, he assumed they were responding to the hallway incident. But one of them told him the sounds had continued all night. They had heard noises from his room, low growling sounds, like a dog cornering something. One roommate said he had become so disturbed by it that he locked his own bedroom door. Bülent denied knowing anything about it. Still, the details stayed with him. Not because it proved anything, but because it meant at least part of the night had not belonged to him alone. Deniz arrived soon after. Their first night together in the house should have been ordinary, but it wasn't. They heard tapping at the balcony window. Bülent went to check and found no one there. Then the tapping came again, this time followed by the sound of footsteps inside the house. Neither of them could account for it. Neither of them seems to have pressed the matter very far. He later explained that youth allows a person to dismiss what would disturb them more deeply at another age. They stayed together. In the morning, Dennis woke in the same state as before, exhausted, weak, and marked with fresh bruises and red impressions across her body. Later, after Bulent finished university and returned to Eliza, the relationship continued there. By then, they were no longer children. The problems, however, had matured with them. Dennis's nights were still troubled. There were evenings when fear overtook her so strongly that she called Bulent and said she could only calm down if she knew he was nearby. He would go out late and stand on the street beneath her window until she fell asleep. He described those nights in a plain way, as though the routine had become normal between them. The street would be empty, she would watch him from above, and only after she had drifted off would he leave. Her family kept searching for answers. Psychiatrists, doctors, practical explanations, none of it resolved the pattern. Around this time, Bulent and Dennis became friendly with a cafe owner named Cihan, someone they saw often enough for casual conversation to turn personal. Bulent eventually confided in him. Cihan's interpretation was immediate and religious. Something non-human had attached itself to Denise. Bulent did not accept that easily. At first, he tried another path. He sought out an older religious man reputed to deal with such things, but the meeting went wrong almost immediately. The man suggested a ritual involving a little girl, speaking in a way that made Bulent understand very quickly that whatever authority this person claimed, he was not trustworthy. The meeting ended in anger. Bulent left feeling that he had gone to seek help and found something worse. So he returned to Cihan. What happened next became in Bulent's memory the point after which nothing could be explained in a normal way. Cihan prepared a kind of session in Bulent's house. A pot of water, papers with Arabic writing placed into it, instructions for Denise to sit alone and concentrate while the two men waited outside. Bulent did not describe the method in detail, and perhaps he did not understand it fully himself. What matters is what followed. Soon after they left her in the room, screaming began. Both men rushed in. Denise was in distress near the pot, moving violently. Then she lost consciousness. And according to Bulent, as soon as he entered the room, he himself began speaking Arabic without intending to, repeating a command for something to leave. Denise then opened her eyes, but he did not believe she was looking at him. He said it felt as though she was looking at something standing just behind him. Her voice changed. That point appears in every retelling. Whether the change was truly physical or whether panic made it sound that way is impossible to verify now, but he insisted it no longer sounded like her. When Cihan demanded that whatever was there leave, the voice speaking through Denise said it would not go. It said she was its wife. It threatened them. Then she collapsed again. When she regained consciousness, she remembered nothing. The relationship did not end there. In some ways, it became more serious. Plans were discussed. Marriage was imagined. Bulent told himself that stability would fix what uncertainty had made worse. A job, a home, a structure to life. And for a while, Dennis actually seemed better. The bad dreams eased. The bruising stopped. The exhaustion lessened. But as Dennis improved, Bulent began to deteriorate. He could not rest. He stayed out late, wandered streets until morning, avoided staying indoors. It was as if the unease had passed from one person to the other, though that may be too neat an interpretation. What is certain is that by this stage, he no longer felt safe in ordinary domestic spaces. Then there was the incident at his own home. Denise was with him. The bedroom door was not fully shut. She told him something was watching them through the narrow gap. Bulent turned and saw the same face he believed he had seen in Malatya, hanging at an angle from outside the room, looking in. He closed the door immediately and told her it was nothing, a trick of shadow, but he did not believe what he was saying. Not long after, he found her standing half-dressed in the kitchen, forehead touching the wall in a slow, repetitive rhythm, murmuring something he could not understand. He covered her, began reciting verses he knew, and she collapsed. Again, when she woke, she remembered nothing. By then, his nerves were badly worn. He was sleeping irregularly, keeping strange hours, and moving further from anything that had once felt ordinary. One night, after finally forcing himself into bed, he woke unable to move and saw a little girl sitting in a chair in the room. Her head was lowered. Her face was hidden by her hair. Her hands, he said, looked gray. Then she stood and walked toward him. As she came closer, he was struck by how much she resembled Denise. When she reached him, she leaned toward his ear and released a scream so intense that he felt it inside his head. Then he was fully awake, and the chair was empty. A second session with Cihan followed. During that encounter, the voice speaking through Dennis gave a name and claimed to belong to a tribe Bulent had never heard of. It said again that Dennis was its wife. This time it added something else, that they had a daughter. That statement changed the shape of the case for Bulent because it connected directly to the child he believed he had already seen. The explanation that emerged afterward drew in family history, old grievances, rumors of a curse placed years earlier against Denise's maternal line, miscarriages, infant deaths, prayers, visits to religious figures, and the idea that whatever had attached itself to the family had waited until Denise reached adolescence to claim her fully. There is no way to verify those older details now beyond what the family is said to have admitted. It is possible that once people search for a pattern long enough, they begin pulling scattered tragedies into a single design. It is also possible that the pattern was there before anyone named it. Whatever the truth, after that point, the relationship changed. Bulent began to pull away. He still loved her, by his own account, but love had become mixed with dread, exhaustion, anger, and something close to helplessness. There were violent moments between them. During one argument, he said she gripped his hand with enough force to injure his finger. Later, during an intimate encounter, he believed her behavior changed again. Voice, expression, physical force, all of it becoming unfamiliar to him in a way that ended whatever remained of the relationship. They separated, reconnected briefly, separated again. Eventually, Dennis left for Ankara for work. At one point, Bulent went there and saw her from a distance. He said her body was hers, but the face no longer seemed like Dennis's face. That was enough for him. He left without approaching her. After that, the collapse belonged almost entirely to him. He lost interest in work. He disappeared from family and friends for months. A missing person report was filed. He drifted from place to place, staying out all night, taking advice from strangers, sleeping in a cemetery at one point because someone told him fear could only be broken by forcing himself into the place he feared most. By the time his family finally found him, he was staying in a hotel and reportedly did not recognize his own father and uncles when they first appeared at his door. That is where the account effectively ends, not with a cure or an answer or a final confrontation, just with a young man brought home by relatives who barely knew what had happened to him, and a woman somewhere else trying, perhaps, to continue with her life. Bulent's own conclusion was that he had fought something he could neither prove nor escape, and that he lost more of himself in the process than he understood at the time. But even that may not be the most unsettling part of the case. Because whether Dennis was afflicted by something outside her, or whether both of them were drawn into a long psychological unraveling shaped by fear, suggestion, religion, family history, and obsession, the result was the same. By the end, neither of them seemed to be living entirely in the same reality they had started in. And once that happens, it may not matter what the original cause was. Something began before anyone in the village agreed that it had begun. At first, it was described as a disturbance tied to a single family. By the end, it was no longer possible to say where it started or who it was really meant for. The account comes from a man named Metin, who at the time was serving as the village headman in a remote rural settlement known as Kurtere. He had only recently taken on the role, and by his own description, he was still in the phase where he involved himself in everything, whether it concerned him directly or not. His days were repetitive. Administrative work, small disputes, routine visits. Nothing unusual. The first indication that something was wrong came not from an event, but from the way two men approached him. They waited until his son left the room before speaking. Both of them, Kazim, who was responsible for local security, and Kuma, a shepherd, appeared uneasy in a way that did not match the kind of problems they usually brought to him. They were not describing theft or conflict or illness. They were hesitant, delaying the explanation, watching the door as if they didn't want to be overheard. When they finally spoke, they focused on a family that had recently moved into the village. At that point, the concern still sounded manageable. Suspicion, unusual behavior, something seen at night. But as Kuma began to describe what he had witnessed, the tone shifted. He explained that one night, while tending sheep near a known cave area outside the village, he noticed smoke coming from inside. That alone was enough to draw his attention. The location was not one people used at night. He approached cautiously, expecting at most to find someone hiding there. Instead, he said he saw the family sitting around a fire inside the cave, and around them were figures that did not behave like people. He did not describe faces in detail. What he emphasized was their height, their movement, and the way they circled the group without interacting in any ordinary way. He remained there for a short time, then withdrew without making his presence known. Kazim supported the account with something different. He had not seen the cave himself, at least not at first. What he had heard were reports from others who claimed to see shapes moving through the village streets at night. He had dismissed those reports initially, but after hearing Kuma, he decided to observe the family directly. He hid near their house one night and followed them when they left. He described them gathering materials along the way, dry branches, anything that would burn. They returned to the cave. There, he watched as they lit a fire using a liquid that ignited faster than expected. Then, according to him, they began reciting something he believed was Arabic. He said the smoke from the fire changed. It did not disperse normally. It gathered, took on form, and became something that resembled the figures Kuma had described. Several of them. He remained long enough to confirm it was not a brief illusion, then left. Up to that point, Metin could still consider the possibility that fear, darkness, and expectation had shaped what they saw. But the fact that two men described similar things independently made it difficult to dismiss entirely. He chose not to act openly. Instead, he told them to avoid the area, not to confront anyone, and not to reveal that they had seen anything. His reasoning was simple. If something was happening, reacting too early might make it worse. He then decided to verify part of it himself. He went to the cave during the day. What he found was not dramatic, but it was enough to confirm that activity had taken place there. Burn marks, ash, signs of repeated fires in a location that should have remained unused. That did not prove anything beyond human presence, but it removed the possibility that both men had imagined the same location incorrectly. From that point, the situation began to accelerate. The village imam was consulted. He admitted that while he could attempt to understand what was happening, he was not equipped to confront it directly. He said he would try to observe through what he described as a controlled dream state, a method he claimed allowed him to perceive events beyond immediate physical reach. The following morning, the village gathered under different circumstances. Kuma was found dead inside his home. The condition of the body suggested violence, but it was officially recorded later as an animal attack. Around the same time, Kazem was discovered to have taken his own life. The two men who first reported the situation were now gone. That detail had an effect on the rest of the village that no explanation could fully stabilize. Fear spread quickly, but not in a chaotic way at first. It moved through conversations, through speculation, through the absence of normal explanations. Metin and the imam compared what they knew. The imam claimed that during the night, in the state he had entered, he had been noticed by whatever was present in the cave. He said he had been forced to witness the deaths of both men before being released. There was no way to verify that claim independently. What followed was not a single event, but a pattern. During the nights, villagers began reporting movement outside their homes. Some described seeing figures in the streets. Others did not see anything but felt compelled to wake, as if something had drawn their attention. In several cases, people reported finding family members attempting to leave the house without explanation, as if responding to something outside. Metin himself experienced this directly. He woke during the night and noticed movement beyond his window. When he checked, he believed he saw multiple figures moving through the village, entering homes in a form that resembled smoke more than a body. Inside his own house, he found his daughter attempting to open the door. She was not fully aware of what she was doing. He stopped her before she could leave. Other households reported similar incidents. Not everyone woke. Those who did often found themselves preventing others from leaving. Those who did not wake described the night later as a deep, uninterrupted sleep, sometimes accompanied by vague dreams they could not recall. At that stage, the village attempted to centralize its response. They gathered in the mosque. The reasoning was practical as much as it was spiritual. It was a place where they could remain together, observe one another, and reduce the likelihood of individuals wandering off alone during the night. For a short time, this seemed to work. But the pattern shifted again. Instead of targeting individuals, something began affecting the group itself. People inside the mosque started experiencing impulses to leave. Some became agitated. Others attempted to force the doors open. It was not simultaneous, but it spread. One person, then another, then several at once. Those who were unaffected physically restrained those who were. At one point, the imam played recorded recitations at high volume. According to multiple accounts, this caused those affected to lose consciousness temporarily. Whether that was due to suggestion, exhaustion, or something else is unclear. Meanwhile, the village itself was changing. Livestock were found dead in multiple locations, not missing, not scattered, simply gone or destroyed. For a community that depended on animals for survival, this created a different kind of urgency. Fear was no longer limited to the night. It was now tied to survival. An attempt was made to leave the village entirely. Multiple vehicles were organized. Families gathered. They drove toward the main road. According to the account, they did not reach it. Several times, they found themselves returning to the same central point without being able to explain how. The road itself did not appear altered. The distance was not significant. Yet each attempt ended in the same place. At that point, the possibility that they were physically prevented from leaving was considered alongside the possibility that they were disoriented or panicking. Neither explanation fully accounted for what they experienced. Eventually, an external religious figure was brought in. He examined the situation differently. He suggested that what was affecting the village was not random, but tied to a specific act involving the cave and something buried there. According to him, the original disturbance may not have come from the family at all, but from an attempt to access something that had been protected. He traced it back to the two men who had first reported the issue. According to his interpretation, they had made an agreement they could not fulfill, and what followed was a consequence of that. He conducted a final intervention at the cave. Matan was present for part of it. He was instructed to remain inside a marked boundary and not leave under any circumstances. During that time, he reported hearing and seeing multiple events, including what appeared to be villagers being brought into the cave and harmed. Later, he concluded that at least some of what he saw may not have been physically real, but designed to provoke a reaction. When the intervention ended, the activity in the village stopped, gradually, not immediately, and not in a way that could be tied to a single moment. The nights became quiet again. People began returning to their homes. Some chose to leave permanently. Others stayed. No official explanation was ever given that satisfied everyone. Some believed the events were the result of manipulation, suggestion, and fear amplified within a closed community. Others believed something had been disturbed and then contained again. Metin himself did not insist on one version. He described what he saw, what he was told, and what he could not explain. What remained consistent across all versions of the account was not the appearance of what was seen, but the effect it had on people, because the most difficult part was not the figures in the cave, or the sounds in the night, or even the deaths that occurred. It was the way people began to act as if something outside them had a clearer intention than they did. And once that shift happened, it became harder to tell whether the village was under attack or simply no longer fully in control of itself. This account is tied to a rural settlement known as Kızıldağlar Village, a location that is now largely abandoned. The events described are reconstructed from testimonies attributed to former residents and one remaining witness who spent most of his life there and later spoke about the gradual depopulation of the village. The time period most often referenced is the 1950s, when the village still functioned as a small, self-sustained community. Around 30 to 40 households lived there. Livelihoods were based on agriculture and livestock. The environment was isolated. Access to the village was limited to narrow paths. Infrastructure such as electricity and running water was either minimal or entirely absent. Life followed a stable rhythm. People worked during the day, returned home in the evening, and remained indoors after dark. Social interaction was limited but consistent. The mosque stood as a central structure, though it remained incomplete. It had no minaret. Inside, there was an object that residents could not explain, a coffin suspended in the middle of the interior space. It was not used for funerals, it was simply there. No one could say why. Among the families living in the village at that time was a man referred to as Ali Effendi and his wife, Zeliha. Their life was considered ordinary. He was described as practical, somewhat rigid in his thinking, and resistant to what he called superstition. She was quieter, more attentive to the conversations circulating among other women in the village. Those conversations had already begun to shift. There were reports, uncertain at first, about sounds heard late at night. Not random noise, but something with a pattern, a low, repetitive drumming, no clear source, no visible activity. The sound seemed to come from a fixed direction, yet when people tried to identify its origin, they found nothing. The interpretation varied. Some dismissed it as imagination, shaped by darkness and isolation. Others referred to older folklore, though they avoided speaking about it directly. There is a term associated with such accounts, something described as a jinn wedding, but even those who believed it did not use the term openly at the time. Ali Effendi did not take it seriously. He continued his routine. Even when his wife mentioned that families had begun leaving the village, he attributed it to fear rather than cause. His position remained consistent. People who spent too much time in darkness would begin to imagine things. For a time, nothing directly challenged that view. Then, the clock in their home stopped. It was a mechanical wall clock, the kind that required regular winding. There was nothing unusual about it failing once. But what followed was noted carefully by Zeliha, even if Ali Effendi did not pay attention at first. The clock stopped at the same hour on consecutive nights. Each time it stopped, something else changed. The first night, when the ticking ceased, the surrounding environment seemed to fall silent as well. Not gradually, but at once. Outdoor sounds, wind, animals, distant movement disappeared. When Ali Effendi rewound the clock and it resumed ticking, those sounds returned. Along with them, the distant drumbeat became audible. He did not react. The second night, the same interruption occurred. The clock stopped at the same time, but this time, before it was rewound, there was a knock at the door. It was not tentative. The sound resembled someone striking the door with the flat of their hand. Ali Effendi moved to answer it. Zeliha tried to stop him. At that moment, a voice came from outside. It called her name. Ali Effendi recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to someone he knew well, his mother. She had died the previous year. He did not open the door. After that, the incidents continued with increasing clarity. On another night, footsteps were heard approaching the house, followed by knocking. When the door was opened, no one was there. Then a voice instructed him to look again. A smell entered the house at the same time. Not a strong odor, but distinct enough to be described consistently. Damp earth, similar to freshly turned soil. Zeliha became convinced that the clock was connected to what was happening. She removed it from the house and placed it in storage. When Ali Effendi discovered this, he returned it to its place, dismissing her concern. At that exact moment, the clock stopped again. The pattern did not break. Later that evening, when another knock came at the door, Ali Effendi opened it and saw his wife standing outside, unable to step inside. At the same time, he turned and saw his wife already inside the house. The two images were identical. He closed the door. The following morning, their accounts of the event did not align. He described what he had seen as something he could not explain. She insisted that a visitor had come asking for food and had been turned away. From that point forward, both began to experience difficulty separating what they had seen from what they were told had happened. Sleep became irregular. Appetite declined. Conversations between them shortened. The atmosphere in the house changed, though no specific cause could be agreed upon. Then one night, Zeliha left the house. Ali Effendi woke to the sound of the door and found her gone. He followed her path outside and saw her moving quickly toward the village mosque. The same structure without a minaret. The same interior space where the suspended coffin remained. When he entered, the drum sound returned. Inside, he saw Zeliha attempting to reach the coffin, climbing toward it without hesitation. He tried to pull her away. She resisted with a strength he did not associate with her. Then, as abruptly as it began, the sound stopped and she collapsed. He brought her home. They did not discuss leaving. Not yet. That decision came later, after another incident that neither of them could dismiss. Inside their house, while they were together, Ali Effendi heard movement from another room. When he looked, he saw Zeliha approaching him with an axe in her hands. Her behavior was inconsistent. At times, she seemed unaware of what she was doing. At other moments, she spoke clearly, telling him to leave. He stepped back. She advanced. At the moment she raised the axe to strike, the same pattern repeated. The distant drumming stopped. Her posture changed. The tension in her body released. She dropped the axe and began to cry. By then, Ali Effendi no longer attempted to explain what was happening. The following morning, without discussing it directly, they gathered what they could carry and left the village. They were not the first. They were not the last. Families had already begun to leave gradually before these events, often citing practical reasons, access, opportunity, economic conditions. But accounts like this circulated quietly alongside those explanations. Not everyone spoke about them. Those who did rarely agreed on details. What remained consistent was the timing. After midnight, a sound, a pattern. an inability to ignore it. Today, the village stands empty. The structures remain. The mosque is still there. The interior is unchanged, including the object that was never explained. There are no records that definitively confirm what caused the depopulation. There are no official reports connecting the accounts to a single event or cause. What exists are testimonies like this one. Some interpret them as the result of isolation, suggestion, and the way fear can spread through a closed community. Others consider the possibility that something external was involved, something that did not need to be seen clearly to have an effect. Both explanations leave gaps, because the most consistent detail is not what people claimed to see or hear. It is that, at some point, they stopped staying, and none of them tried to return. These accounts have now been recorded in the archive. If you have experienced something you cannot explain, you may submit your account through the link in the description.